All right. Well, Rich, I appreciate you so much coming and wanting to do this. I think one of the biggest things that, I read your book and absolutely loved it. And one of my biggest things with wanting to start this podcast in general was there are so many great drivers out there, so many people around racing that are, all these fans or is a person's fans' favorite driver. And I always looked at some of these fans and I'm like, man, they need to know the true story about this person. And, they love who they see at the races. They love who they see on TV, but they never really understand everything that it took for that person to make it to that race, to make that season possible for them. And, and going through and reading your book, and it's like, man, all the things that, you got this break, or it's like, man, how close it was to even be able to make that season possible. And just a truly remarkable story and an awesome career you've had.
Well, it's hard to, you look back at it and it's like, how did it happen? That's the hardest thing. It's like, I always said that me and my dad are pretty good steering wheel holders, but my mom was the racer. As she lived and died to work and to be at the racetrack. And I don't think we've ever, been anywhere that everybody didn't love her. I mean, she was, I grew up at the racetrack as a kid, and I had 4 or 5 moms, Sandy Ziegler and, Sandy Swart out and Bev Olson and my mom. And, and she was everybody's mom. And I mean, and she, did all this stuff, and, and everybody had so much fun with her in the stands, and then that carried on. And, but to look back at it, to start by stealing the first car of the barn, because Aki Picaro took off on his wife and 3 kids with another woman to Colorado. And me and the oldest son went up there and stole the car of the barn and went down their driveway and painted like my dad's car and went to Jefferson and led the first 6 laps of the heat race. And Denny Bant got underneath me and knocked me off the back straightaway and augered it in and broke the roll cage off and knocked the transmission out of it. And so it wasn't much, to start with, but it was a start.
Yeah. And so your dad kind of raced at Jefferson, Columbus 151. Do you have, like, when you were just kind of a young pup, have, memories and remembrance of those days when he was racing?
Oh yeah. I mean, Rockford and, all the places he raced at. I mean, he won a ton of races. He won a championship at Jefferson. I remember what year it was. I think it was, it'd be 74 or 5-ish, somewhere in there. He won the mid-season semi-feature, and then he won every feature the rest of the year.
Okay.
But there's so many places that, he raced at. I mean, I remember he built the 68 Dodge Charger and put the wing on it, and we went down to Waukegan, and he was out as, not an Illinois guy, so I remember they beat that body off the car. I mean, I remember the torsion bar breaking on the left front, and he would pick the left front tire up off the ground like 4 foot down the straightaway, and he still raced it. And then the next weekend, he was supposed to do a commercial for Udire at Rockford Speedway. Well, I remember Jerry Damon was the painter, and they had to bond with that whole car and repaint it. And Van, that same sign painter guy, come lettered it, and to get it done just in time to do that commercial for you. And but so for me, Rockford was my favorite place, and always has been, always will be.
Okay.
Because growing up there was like going to Disneyland. Everywhere up here was like a racetrack, and they had the the bathrooms, and we'd race around the bathrooms, and then when the races come, I'd watch the races. And so, I tell people I think I actually learned how to drive a race car before I even sat one, because I watched probably 50,000 laps, and just as a kid, and then sell the checkered flag racing news and the Midwest racing news, walk through the stand and sell them, get a nickel a piece for selling them, and just you look back at that, you kind of giggle, and it's just part of life.
Yeah. No, that's pretty cool. Yeah, getting those experiences of just running around making laps around a porta potty and selling those magazines. And and I imagine after you grow up at the racetrack all the time, and you see all those, your dad making all those laps, you almost feel like you're doing it too, in a sense. And now your own kind of first taste of racing something, was it the dirt biking that came first, or was it the roller skating that really came first for you?
I was doing both at the same time. I used to race for 9 years and motocross for 7, and I'm doing the roller skating thing actually the roller skating thing come first. had to think back about that. So I was a national roller skating, speed skating champion in 72 and 73. And I started racing motorcycles, I think, in 74. But, yeah, just kind of crazy that, used to go to the roller rink all the time, and all of a sudden we found out that Illinois, Wisconsin had a two-state derby deal. And once a month we go to some different rink around, the two states. And my class is called junior boys. And, we run like, I think maybe 6 or 7 months, and after that, and then they'd have a regional deal. And 1 year it was in Akron, Ohio, and another year it was in St. Louis. And so it's kind of crazy to think that you go race on roller skates. But I remember that my grandpa John, they had these really expensive roller skate boots, and they were made out of kangaroo hide. It was like putting your foot into super soft leather. They were incredible. And so it's, that whole story with the roller skate thing is like, back then you had either the wood wheel and they put rosin down, or they had a plastic wheel, and the plastic wheels were heavy compared to the wood wheel, but the wood wheels would chip. And my dad always said, well, they were like $60 a set for wheels back then. This is in the early 70s. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, yeah.
And they would chip, and they would, it'd knock about 1/8 of an inch off, and they would, and it would chatter in the corner, because I mean, if anybody watched, ice skating, how they race, put their hand down, you're leaning and you're pumping hard. And so my dad goes, well, race cars have stagger. Like, well, okay. My grandpa had a machine shop. I'd sharpen drill bits and run his mill and lathe. And so I'd take them wooden wheels, and I would, take 1/8 inch off and, get the chip out of it. And I, look at the gauge, and, everyone would be the same size. And I'd put them on both on the left side. So I had stagger built in, and nobody had to know I was doing it. And I mean, when, we kicked their butts. And it was crazy to think about it. You'd think it'd bother you going down, pushing down the straight, but because you're digging so hard that you never felt it. But when you're in the corner, it was,
Did it make a big difference?
In looking back at it, I think it did a lot, but, I won quite a bit. I mean, I was 6'5" at like 7th grade. So, I mean, I was tall. I weighed 160 pounds, but I remember it's really crazy that all them years, doing that racing stuff. I mean, I had really big legs, and I had a really skinny torso, and upper body was really, small. And I've seen pictures of it, years later, and it's like, God, it's kind of crazy.
Grew into it eventually, huh?
Well, yeah. After 15,000 beers.
Yeah. Now, and right away you kind of, mentioned getting that car out of the barn. But did you kind of before that and, doing the roller skating thing, did you always have that in your mind where it's like, I'm going to be like my dad one day, and I'm going to drive a race car at some point as soon as I can?
Oh, there was no doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom said that I was on her hip at a month old, and that's all I knew was racing. And then, I built my first go-karts out of wood, and, where my grandpa, we lived behind him, they call it Rush Hill. And I mean, it was a big, big, long hill. And I remember, going halfway up and coming down going, whew, you're hauling, and you try a little farther and then a little farther. And, well, I got to the point where 3/4 way up that hill. Well, one time I got to the bottom, and it broke, and there's a lot of skin on that hill.
Oh, it's just kind of like a soapbox derby kind of go-kart.
Yeah. Just 2x4s and plywood and
whatever you had.
My grandpa had metals, so I had go-kart wheels, and it didn't have any steering. It was just 4 wheels, and you sat in it, and well, like I said, the one time it broke, and I think I got a pound of skin laying on that hill.
Oh, yeah, road rash. We've all been there, done that, right?
Way too many times.
Yeah. Now, and how, what ended up getting you involved in wanting to race dirt bikes? Was it, did you kind of just stumble into it, or just you had access to a dirt bike and it was like, well, we might as well go race it?
Well, I had many bikes, growing up, and I don't know why I had mini bikes over go-karts, but it was, a lot easier. You could ride in the ditches and the fields around,
sure,
around the country. And I remember the first thing I had was like a little Arctic mini bike. And then, had some other stuff, and then all of a sudden I got a 175 XL Honda, and then I think 74 I got the first Elsinore, Honda Elsinore motocross bike, and my grandpa would take me to the racetrack, and I'd race motorcycles, and that's kind of how that started, and kept doing that. And about 3 miles from my house, they had in the wintertime we'd race on the ice, and that was a blast. I mean, it just, half Edgerton raced motorcycles, and before I had my first, Ranchero, I'd actually ride in the ditch to get there.
Okay.
And so you couldn't drive on the road because you put these screws in the tires, and you had the heads of the screws sticking out of the body.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get them ground off, so you'd have to go through the snow, and but that was so much fun. Ice racing, it was incredible.
Yeah, I imagine that would be a blast. And the one thing I kind of breezed over, now, were you born and raised right in Edgerton, Wisconsin?
Well, I was born in Edgerton, grew up the first few years in Janesville.
Okay.
And then we moved to Milton, where my grandpa was, and then moved back to Edgerton. So
okay.
It's I tell people it's kind of crazy that I'm even here. I guess I was 5 years old, and I got home, and I got my mom's lap and said I don't feel good, and I passed out, and they took me to the hospital, and I had spinal meningitis, and I was in a coma for 9 days.
No kidding.
And they actually pronounced me dead. A doctor heard about it from Mayo Clinic and flew down and gave me this shot that, and they said that if he wakes up, he's going to lose, eyesight, hearing, taste, feel, something, at least a couple senses. And
sure.
And I told people I woke up 4 days later after, they pretty much gave me my last rites, and that's the only thing I did lose my common sense. But so I think I've had, like, they say a cat with 9 lives. I've used up about 4 of them. I crashed really bad at Madison, and my neck hurt for, God, I don't know, a long time. But, didn't think nothing of it. And probably 5 years later, I went and crashed again somewhere, and they took an x-ray, and a doctor comes out, and he's like, it's impossible that you're walking. Why is that? Well, your neck's broke. Well, can you fix it? He goes, no, this happened a long time ago. He said, your third vertebrae has 2 90-degree bends in it, and your spinal cord is totally pinched off in 2 places. And he goes, it's impossible. And he goes, well, I said, well, can you fix it? And he goes, well, no, it's stronger now than it ever has. And he goes, you got it what you got, and you look back at that and going, wow, I know what had happened. It just, they looked at me, and like, I was sore and stiff, but I raced the next day.
So did you ever end up having anything done with her? Or did they end up leaving it?
No, they left. They can't. They said it's stronger now. He said, he's talking about fabrication. It's like it's re-welded together, and it's stronger now than it was. And it's kind of funny. I'm going to a chiropractor now, and she's more of a holistic one. And I told her about it, and she said she can actually feel it. And she's like, "Wow, that's crazy."
Yeah, it must be off quite a bit then if she can feel it well. Now, we're kind of, well, first of all, that is wild story that that happened with the spinal meningitis, and
most people, probably 99% of the people in the world don't even know that happened to me. I never really talked about it. And there's a lot of crazy things in life. There's I'm not a really big super religious guy, but I believe there's something out there, and in my 50th birthday party, I moved back home. I had a restoration shop in Janesville. We were building muscle car chassis and building high-end, street cars. And my mom come up for my 50th birthday, and she brought all my suits and totes of stuff and helmets. And she said that, she looked great. She lost maybe 10 pounds, and she got remarried a few years before that. And everything was going great. And partied and had a great time, and everything was hanging on, off the wall, against the wall, all the suits. And it was, there must have been 250 people there. It was really cool. And 3 weeks later, she calls me up. She goes, I got a problem. I go, what's that? She goes, well, I got breast cancer. And after she worked at Dana Corporation and for a bunch of years, and that deal went away. It was right across the street from where we lived.
Okay.
And then she went somewhere else. And then she finally said it, like, I don't know, 35 or 40. I always wanted to be a nurse. So she went to school for nursing. So she was a nurse for the last 25 years. And She calls me up and says, well, I get breast cancer. I'll go get it fixed. She goes, well, it's too late. What do you mean it's too late? And she goes, yeah. She says, I ain't got long. I'm like going, I just seen you 3 weeks ago and you look perfect. And I said, well, I'm coming down. She goes, well, I'll tell you when to come down. I go, no, I'm coming down. Well, I got there and she went from 125 pounds to 80 pounds in 3 weeks. I to this day, I still can't even visualize it. And so we were, you know, I'll never forget, I had my old bedroom up the stairs and she was on the couch, and every morning I'd come down and she'd be waiting for me to come down the stairs. Her eyes would be this big around. And I mean, she's so skinny. And so the last day, our secretary, Buffy, called and says, Mom, still there? You know, she's still alive. I go, yeah, but she ain't said a word all day. And when she talked, she could barely talk. And she was like, I got something to tell her. Well, you better hurry. And so I'm sitting there on the couch holding her hand, and Buffy comes in, and my mom looks up there and in her perfect voice, hi, Buffy, you're pregnant. And Buffy loses it. The doctor just told her she was pregnant, and she doesn't come to tell my mom. My mom told her. And I mean, she couldn't hardly talk, but it was in her perfect voice, like she has never had a problem with her. And we're out in the garage, and Buffy's crying, and it's like, oh, my God, you know. So that was the first one. So the second one, I only told this story a few times. I told Vicky at the Trickle deal. My doctor in Janesville moved to Stoughton, and I went there to get a physical, and getting a physical, and I'm sitting like this, and he's sitting there on his chest and on the computer, and it's like, man, he goes, you're in great shape, your blood pressure, blah, 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 everything's wonderful, you know, and all of a sudden, I get this ball of fire coming through me. And I look at him and I go, I don't know what's going on, but I'm passing out. Hit the floor, head on, split my head wide open. And next thing, all I do is have race dreams. Just like flashes, just like. And I'm laying, they got me up on the bed with the plastic wrap around it, you know, in the room. And I'm like, people are slapping me. And I wake up, you know, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I go, what in the hell was that? And he goes, you tell me. And I said, I don't know, but here it comes again. Big ball of fire runs through me. Out I go. Just tons and tons and tons of just flashes of racing. Anyway, same thing. Feels like I'm getting slapped, and I come to, and all of a sudden we're looking at each other, and he's like, man, I don't get it. And I don't get it either. So they call the ambulance, and they take me to Stoughton Hospital because I was at the clinic. Oh, I'm in the emergency room. It happens again. So I'm like going, wow, this is nuts. So anyway, they checked everything and they can do, and they put me up in a room. Well, I think I got there, it was probably, I think the appointment was like around 2:00 or something like that. Well, anyway, I flip on the TV, something about Dick Trickle. I'm like, what the hell would he be on television about? Comes out that was the day he shot himself. I got out of there, and it was probably an hour after he shot himself that happened. It's like, wow, crazy.
Yeah, the timing of things, and yeah, it makes you, when things like that connect, and makes you wonder.
Well, it's just, you know, you're looking going, I mean, me and him were pretty tight. I mean, he took me under his wing. You know, it just tough to this day.
Yeah. He's quite the man, and hero to many people, and that is for sure.
Well, it's just, you know, I mean, he was, you know, growing up, it's like, you know, my dad and him, you know, that's all I've watched. And I remember as a kid going, God, I just goes down to the fence. And I wish I get one of them trophies, you know. And that's kind of how that deal started. So after I won all the motorcycle races and roller skating thing, my dad had all his trophies in the living room. We lived in a small house. And, I mean, the whole room was full. And I had a pet raccoon as a kid. And the raccoon would always knock them all over. And so, anyway, I'm thinking when I started winning, I think I kept the first one. But after that, I looked up, and all them kids are standing on the fence going, man, I know what I'm doing now. So after I win, I go up and hand the kid a trophy. And it's crazy. You look back at it, 40 years later, this guy will walk up to you and go, oh, my God, you gave me a trophy when I was like 7. I'm looking at him going, damn, you look older than I am.
I had always heard that about you, that you gave away almost all of your trophies.
Yeah, for probably 450 plus.
Yeah.
I kept a couple, and then there's a few things I kept over the years, but I've pretty much given away all my uniforms and helmets and things like that. It's like, my buddy Jerry was always been a big fan. I had my old shop in Edgerton, and I had the Bickle Racing sign. I went and drilled that off and give it to him, and it's kind of cool I did that because a few months later he had a stroke and he's getting better. But, it just seems like all the fans, all the people, it's like, they give you so much. I always like giving back. But, the trophy thing was pretty cool because, you see them, the kids' faces light up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they're usually the reason you keep going and keep doing it. So if you can end up making someone's day like that, it just makes it all better. Makes it worth it.
I've given away some pretty good ones. It's kind of funny. My buddy Sobderski, I bust his balls all the time about liking dirt racing because I absolutely can't stand it. So Oktoberfest a couple of years ago, I actually forgot I won the dash and the big race. So I had the little mug from the dash and then the big trophy, and I give the little mug to his kid, and then I give him the big trophy. And we were actually bantering back and forth yesterday and this morning about how much he likes dirt race, how much I can't stand it. But that was a special day because he's probably the greatest race fan, that I've ever known. I mean, even though he likes dirt racing.
What is it about dirt racing that I know, sometimes I feel like people even like nowadays really kind of overhype it for what it is. I mean, all racing has its problems, but yeah, it just never been a fan of dirt racing.
Well, not taking away from the talent, what it is. I mean, them guys driving sprint cars, they're nuts.
Yeah.
My buddy, my beer can buddy lived in Knoxville, and I went down there to watch them guys qualify. Holy balls! I mean,
no doubt.
They got some big balls, But what I don't like about dirt racing is that they always start the fast guy in front. Anytime the feature starts, the track's junk. It's one groove, and nobody passes nobody. I mean, he always tells me, oh, this guy started 8th, and like, whatever. I mean, I've been to probably 10, 15 dirt races, and it's always the same thing. The first row, the second one wins every race. It's like watching paint dry. The guy's back for 7th, 8th, and 9th. They're sliding each other and doing that crap, but it's just, I've watched sprint cars, and I've watched midgets, and I've, seen the late models, and these new late models to me, I mean, to me, they look like a humped up dog taking a crap. I mean, they're all jacked up and lefters, and the cars are, I don't know, and you're talking about the sprint, the midget thing. I went to Sun Prairie 3 times in my life. The first time I walked in, I just got into place, and the guy got pushed off, and he went down the back straightaway, and he hit a root, and the car went like this way, and he didn't have the seatbelt buckled in. He flew out of the car and hit his head on the guardrail and died. And then the second time I went, another guy got killed in the wreck. And the third time I went, 2 guys bonked off each other, and that's when the flagman was on the inside. And the guy hit the flagman, and he went as high as the telephone pole. And I'm like going, I'm never coming back here again. And it's kind of sad because Cleaver's running the midget thing, and we've I see him at Slinger Nationals, and I would like to go watch him, but I just can't walk in that place because 2 guys got killed and the flagman got run over. And luckily he didn't die, but I mean he got his leg. I don't know if they cut him off or what, but I mean it was unbelievable. Yeah,
that's some bad luck of going to watch races and having all that happen, and just a couple. Yeah, I've watched some micro midgets race with that were kids are racing, but I've never been to a big dirt race. I'd like to go and check it out, but it haven't made it happen quite yet. But
everybody has their deal. I like with him. I just like busting his balls, and he likes giving it back. And the more I grind on him, the more he takes it seriously.
Yeah, that keeps it fun, right? So kind of to go back to you get in that hobby stock that you pull out of a barn. Obviously, that car was short lived. Was the Torino the next one you ended up racing?
No. well, after that, which is crazy. I never knew there was a picture of that car, and all that stuff my mom brought up. John went through it. I mean, I still haven't went through it because I just can't do it. But he went through everything and found a picture. I probably made 6 practice laps and 6 laps in a race, and that was it. And somebody took a picture, and she must have bought it. So, which is crazy about that. So anyway, I was 15. I didn't have a driver's license. I was track champions kid. They didn't ask me, they didn't, I'm 6'5". I have hair out to here.
Yeah.
Like in the book, my picture of my Rockford Speedway rookie year. I mean, back in the disco era, that's a whole nother story. But, it just, they never even asked, I'm like, well, I'm going racing. And, so that was the first one. And the second one, a guy at the Newville, Marathon Station, my buddy worked there, and a guy that was driving his old beater Pontiac hobby stock car, he moved somewhere, and Errol that owned the station said, hey, you want to drive this thing? And I think I maybe ran 3 or 4 races, and that's when I just turned 16 that year. And that was, at the end of the year pretty much, so, and that was it. I mean, I maybe ran 4 or 5, junk Pontiac hobby stock race cars at Jefferson. And so, like I said, Oktoberfest was always the big party, and I'll never forget, I'm in the pavilion, and I'm in there, and my dad comes in, and my dad is hammered. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen my dad drunk, and he was hammered. And I don't even know how that can happen, because I remember I was 14 or 15, and we go to Berg's Bar out by the lake, and they would play Sheepshead or Blackjack, or not Blackjack, but Sheepshead, and another game they played anyway.
Okay.
And I remember sitting there, and my dad drank 7-ounce glasses of peppermint. Not shots, but 7-ounce glasses. And we were there probably 10, 12 hours, and my dad goes, hey, Jerry, he says, give me another one. He says, sorry, Bick, I can't. What do you mean you can't? He goes, I'm out. You've drank 7.5 quarts of that shit today.
Oh, man.
And I'm like going, wow. And he drove home, and I'm thinking I was probably going to drive. I'm 14, No. So, but he walked in there that night, and I mean, he is hammered. And I'm like, he goes, you're going to drive the car tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, right. I've never sat in actually, I did drive that car. We're down in Louisville. He ran the ASA Sportsman deal.
Okay.
And they had like speed bumps in the corner, a little small quarter, smallish third mile, bigger quarter. And I want me like 4 laps in it, and I turned too early and hit the speed bumps. Well, it caught the pitman arm, an old Ford steering box, and bent it backwards, and he was madder than hell at me. And I remember we had to go to the junkyard and get a steering arm off of, and to get the car ready for the next day to race. But so we're there, and he said, you're driving around, I'm going to be hung over. Like, yeah, right. Well, I kept drinking beer and didn't think nothing of it. And next morning, I'm changing gears in the car, and he goes, you're driving. I'm like, what? You had to think of this. Going from Jefferson at hobby stock to sitting in a super late model at lacrosse, that was like going to Daytona to me. And it's like, holy man. And I just thought he wasn't serious. So anyway, I get in the thing, I go out and I'm practicing. I don't even remember practice, but anyway, I'll never forget my heat races. I was, qualified, and my heat race is up, and I'm sitting right along the pit wall just before the start finish line. And I hear this squeal, and all of a sudden I'm, trying to look over and see what's going on, and all of a sudden this car slides and stops right sideways at the start finish line. And I'm watching it, and next thing, wham! This car gets hit. I mean, right driver door wide open. Well, that's when Rocky Breezer got his leg cut off. And I'm sitting there going, I don't know what the hell I'm doing in this thing. Am I nuts? I was like, they had to cut him out of the car. I don't know if it cut his leg off, but it was bad. So all I remember is the race started, and they dropped the green, and they drove away from me. And I'm like going, God, you got to do better than this. Well, I don't know how it happened or why it happened, but I caught the pack, and I passed like 4 cars, and I missed making the feature by 1 spot. I'm like, well, this ain't so bad. And the next day, I had the semi one, And my dad, it was like a 71 2.3 Camaro, but he had a Ford hood scoop on it. Well, the nuts on it's the old Mustang hood scoop.
Okay.
The nuts on the right side fell off, and the hood scoop was flopping, and he black flagged me. I was madder than hell. I'm thinking, oh my God, you got to be kidding me, But that was like, wow, that was the start of it.
Yeah, that'll put the fire in you quick.
So that, so then I thought, okay, we went to, for the next year, we went to Wyacina Junkyard and bought that 72 Torino.
Okay.
And put the roll cage in it and, did the suspension and best we could and put a 302 in it, not a very big motor, but that was my first car we built out of the shop. And you look back at stuff and Phil Hammer and Dennis Strugsold were helping my dad and they were, that's when Joe Ruttman come to the Dells with that 4-door Maverick. And they wanted to go, we got the car done about mid-season, and they wanted to go watch that with my dad. And my dad goes, I want you to go to the racetrack with my kid. And Phil's like, well, what do I do? And he goes, if it's loose, you screw in the left rear. If it's tight, you screw in the left rear. Well, how will I know that? He goes, well, if my kid ain't smart enough to tell you if the car's tight or loose, he goes, he shouldn't be in a race car. So you got to look back at that and think, wow, he didn't know nothing about racing. And he ends up moving down south with me and ends up being Jeff Gordon's car chief and wins 3 Winston Cup championships.
No kidding.
And then other kid will move down there with me. He ended up being Dale Earnhardt tire changer when he won the 500.
That's a special race for Dale, yeah.
It's just crazy to look back and think that, here's 2 young guys. Phil is 4 years older than me, but here's 4 guys, 3 guys that come from a little bitty town and I got to go down and do, something pretty special.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. So then that first year in that Torino, how did that fare for you?
It wasn't bad. It was learning, it's like anything else. I don't remember how we did. I mean, we only ran. Well, the biggest funny part of that story is this, is that we got there at mid-season, and my dad was always number 5 when he drove for himself, and he was 15 when he drove for Connie and Doyle.
Okay.
Vanbro. And I was going to be 15 because all the Saulers were 5. Yeah. There's so many 5s back in the day, right? So I sign in, number 15, and I pull in the pits, and Dave Roderick comes down, and he goes, hey, he says, Rich Lofi signed in 7 names in front of you. He got his car done at the same time. He's number 15. And I don't know how Rich went from 15 to 95 later, but I'm like, well, come on. My dad's multi-time track champion. I'm 15. He goes, no. He says, he's signing, And he goes, well, you can make that 1 into a 4 really easy. I'm like, oh, okay. That's how I ended up with 45.
Oh, 45, all right.
So you look back at that, and that's how that started. And it's like, okay. So like I said, I don't remember how the year went. I mean, I'm sure we won some heat race and things like that. But I decided I wanted to run the Rockford Rules thing and go to Rockford and run Lake Geneva. And they had the same tire rule back then. They had the Mickey Thompson street tires.
Okay.
And so you didn't have to buy tires and just cast iron exhaust deal. And so we're going to take and cut that car apart and make it a Rockford car. Well, we got about halfway through it, and my dad's like, no, this ain't happening. It's like, we'll build a new car. So my dad drove for Bob Morrison, went out there and got a 65 Ford Stub and built the complete car. And the kids I grew up with and their dad, Benny Olson, he had a Nova body I bought for $80 because I'll never forget that because his number was always number 80. And like old 74 Nova body, and we put that thing together and went to Rockford and Lake Geneva, won Rookie of the Year at both places. But then we decided that, well, I wanted to race, Friday night at Madison. So it's really hard to think about back then that, you got cast iron exhaust, old heavy car, put slicks on it. But, I mean, it was fast. And, I mean, I was like the semi-feature king that year. I won 23 semi-features.
And winning a semi-feature is a big deal back in those days.
Well, yeah. I mean, back then you had 60, 70 cars.
Right.
And so it's crazy. I decided, well, I'm going to go run the Rockford ARCA race. My dad goes, nah. I go, no, I'm doing it. All right. So we go down there, and I go out there, and I win the semi-feature. And this guy comes out of the stands and goes, my God, he said, your car goes around the corner like a son of a bitch. He says, but you ain't got no power. What do you need? Well, I need headers. Well, how much are headers? I don't know. I'll go ask Joe Shear, because, I mean, he's always got a bunch of, you know, he said all his stuff was premier, right? Yeah. So I go ask Joe. I said, how much? You guys said headers for small block? Yeah. How much? $100. So I go tell this guy, and guy goes and hands him $100, and like a few days later, I get a set of headers. Well, that's was my first sponsor, Gene Ruckty from Blackhawk Fire Protection.
Okay.
In Janesville. So on Friday night, we put the headers on, and after Friday night, we put the cast iron exhaust back on, and go back to run Saturday night at Rockford and Sunday at Lake Geneva. And so it's just kind of crazy how that year went. And I'll never forget, I only ran Plover a couple times because I hate the place. I hate them racetracks that you can only run half throttle, because it's just like that in Berlin, and I never cared for Wausau. And I'm up there, and I run into this car, and I'm, you know, I didn't know who it was. Well, I come around the car, and he spun out, and he's out of the car jumping up and down, and I'm in the ground shaking. Vic Getzlaff. I'm like going, I knew who he was, because, you know, I don't know if that time he was working for Dick yet or not, or maybe, I don't know. But anyway, I'm going, he's jumping on the ground, he's wanting to kill me. I'm thinking, oh my God, I spin out a guy that's, you know, 6'5", 400 pounds, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
and the same thing happened to Slinger. First I went to Slinger, I spun this guy out, and same thing. I come around the corner, he's out of the car, jumping up and down the ground. Here's Joel Lawford. And he had to be like 6'9", and, you know, I'm like going, how do you pick the two biggest guys in the state of Wisconsin to get an argument with, you know? But you look back at that and you laugh your balls off. Yeah. It's like funny. But anyway, yeah. So I actually that day at Plover won the semi.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I was a semi king in 1980.
Well, yeah. So yeah, you never a fan of those tracks where you know small. I mean, because Slinger, obviously you had, you know, all these accomplishments at Slinger, but Slinger is a very fast, you know, you get wide open, but yeah, State Park and Plover, I mean, those places grease up, and it's, you know, half, 3/4 throttle. And
yeah, it's like, you know, when you take a crate motor and outrun, you know, a super late motor at them racetracks, that ain't for me. You know, it's like one of my most unfriendly guys at Lakin Racing right now. He actually won Berlin because he had a crate motor against everybody else, because you can't put no power down. And I mean, Berlin, the facility's amazing, but the racetrack's a shithole. I mean, it's just a dump, you know. But yeah.
So 1980, what were all the tracks that you were racing around at? You said Geneva and Rockford. Once you got those headers and you were going to Madison, did you venture even farther? Did you do any more with ARCA, or was that kind of?
Oh, we ran the Dells, like I said, ran Plover. You know, I think that was pretty much it. I didn't venture out too much farther. In 80, I think that was pretty much it.
Okay. When did you first get to run against your dad?
That year, 1980.
1980, okay.
We're at Madison, and I started up front, kind-ish, in like the middle of the pack, and he just missed the feature by one spot. And that's back before I got the headers. And all of a sudden I get out front, and I keep looking in the mirror because I know this white damn Granada is going to be coming, right? I get the white flag, and here he comes, and I come down the back straightaway, and he got underneath me, and I run him right in the infield. And I'm thinking, I go around, win the race, and I'm like going, oh boy, this isn't going to be good, because my dad poured concrete for 44 years, and it was like grabbing Tony Tiger by the tail. So I'll never forget, I go down the back straightaway, and I'm thinking, man, you are dumb. You are so dumb. And he pulls up beside me, and he's got his motor, and he's just revving it up. I'm like going, I can't even look at him because I know he wants to kick my ass.
Has big Mason hands, yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, but he was like, he was just, after the story, I'll go back up one. So anyway, I'm like, finally, I look over at him, and he's got a big grin on his face. I'm like, well, I'm not going to have to get in the pits and start fighting with him, because I've been through a couple with him, and it was like not good. So backing up to the story where he drank that 7.5 quarts. So I was probably 15 at the time, and there was, these 4 guys would play cards. Well, when they started playing Sheepshead, it was really hard to grasp the concept, So they just remodeled the whole bar. They put these new tables against the wall by the windows and all new bar stools. And anyway, the one guy didn't show up. Well, I watched 5 or 6, 7 times, and so anyway, I had to play. Well, I'm playing, and so it's a long, skinny table, and 4 of them, we're sitting there, and I made the wrong play, and he lipped, you stupid son, So I didn't say nothing. Well, I did something wrong again, and he lipped off. Well, I hauled off, and I drilled him.
No kidding.
Yeah. Well, next thing, it's on. And, we broke the table off the wall. We broke 7 bar stools. And I remember he tackled me, and we got stuck underneath the pool table. And I'm thinking, thank God that happened, because if it wouldn't happen, I don't even know. I walked home, and that was probably a 6-mile walk. Because as soon as everybody grabbed our feet and basically pulled us out from there and got us separated, I just got out and walked home. Yeah, that was.
Did you get better at Sheepshead after that?
I think that was my last hand of Sheepshead. That was because that was pretty much, so when I was 14 and a half, I got a 72 Torino for Christmas. Well, that spring, I'm like, well, hell, I'm motocrossing and I might as well drive it. So it's really ironic that, we'd race, on, the cars, but then Sunday I'd take off and go motocrossing. And I remember I drove to Red Bud, Michigan at 15 with no driver's license, and then drive all the way over there, motocross, because I always wanted to race there, then drive back. I get home about time to go to school, never go to bed, go to school, And so I finally got my temps on a Friday, and Phil Hammer, we raced to Jefferson, and I wanted to go motocross in Lake Geneva, because they had a motocross track off of turns 1 and 2.
Okay.
And so we're going through town, and I get pulled over by a cop. Well, back then you had to have somebody 4 years older than you in the car with you. Well, his wife wanted to go too. So she's, in there, and the cop pulls me over and goes, we have a report of a yellow motorcycle stolen with a green truck. This is 6:30 in the morning. We got home at like 4 o'clock in the morning, right? And from Jefferson, and I'm like going, yeah, right. Anyway, so I hand him my temps. And then he goes back and he comes and he goes, that you're only supposed to have one person in the car. And he's just ripping me, right? And I'm like going, okay, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, I put 25,000 miles in this car before I got my temps. And first thing I got pulled over was like 2 days after I got them. And you look back at that and you just laugh like hell. I'm going, the stuff we did, it was just nuts.
Yeah.
It's crazy good times.
Yeah. Red Bud, that's still a famous place. Yeah.
Yeah, I motocrossed up until 78. That was probably we were at Aztalan.
Okay.
And they had like a Camel Hill and then a plateau jump. So the 100s and 125s practice first, and then 250s and the opens practice second. So anyway, I come over to Camel Hill, and I'm along the right side, and I come up over to the plateau jump, and there was a kid sitting there on 100 or 125, and I'm going to land on him, I'm going to kill him. I don't know why he wasn't off the track yet. But anyway, I kind of threw the bike in the air. It had like a 4-foot bank on each side, and it was pretty wide. It was, probably double wide as this room. And somehow when I caught the top of the dirt, it sent me straight across. Well, I'm laying on the gas tank, and I got the handlebars. Well, I hit the other side, and next thing I'm knocked out basically, but I'm trying to pick the motorcycle up and think I'm in the race. And next thing people are grabbing me and I'm on the ground. Well, when my face hit the fork bolts and bent the bar and the handlebar down, well, it broke my skull, broke my nose off here. And it's like, this ain't good. So I remember they took me to the MASH tent. Basically, all I had was a tent. And they said, well, you ain't racing today. And when they turned their back, out the door I went. Well, I couldn't find my motorcycle. Well, here's somebody put it up against the interstate on the fence. Well, I mean, my forehead stuck out to here. I couldn't put my helmet on, couldn't put the goggles on. But anyway, being, dumber than dumb, I decided I'm still racing. So I finally got the goggles on. I'm in so much pain. It's unbelievable. So what's crazy is when I didn't break the nose up here. It broke it off at the point. And I remember I had to put it back on. And so anyway, I win the first moto. I mean, I just waxed their asses. And so I'm thinking, all right. So I'm in so much pain. I mean, I didn't know my skull was busted. It's broke all to hell. So the next moto, I get a terrible start. And I'm like back to 15th, I'm coming up through there. Well, they had a sand hill mogul thing, and I made a 180-degree corner. Well, at the end of that, there was opening in the fence, and there was 2 vans parked there. Well, I'm halfway through this thing, and all of a sudden the throttle's wide open. It's stuck. Well, next thing I start doing tank slappers and end for end. I go through that vans. I don't know how it went through there and didn't wreck either one of them. I'm laying there on the ground, blood's running on my eyes, my nose broke off again, and I remember this lady comes up and she's screaming. She thinks I'm dead. I'm laying there going, I kind of wish I was.
Got one of those 9 lives again, right?
And yeah, that was there 3. I got one more after that one, but it's like, oh my God, I'm laying there going, oh Jesus. So I mean, I'm not kidding you. I get home, my mom is just freaked out. My dad's madder than hell at me, and so. I mean, I'm not kidding you. My forehead, I mean, you couldn't have took a baseball bat and hit me any harder. So anyway, I'm going to school the next day. You're racing, you're going to school. So I'll never forget, I get out of my car, and me and my buddy always messed with each other. I turn around, he slapped me. Didn't know broke my nose off again. Remember going down to my knees. And that hurt the worst. Was the third time I pushed the thing back up and set it back in place. And I got back in my car and went home. I couldn't do it. I mean, I was black and blue. My eyes were blood. I mean, the blood in my eyes, and that's where a lot of things that's probably my, concussion from hell and, breaking your skull and, it just, that was one that was luckily that it could have been worse.
I had some friends that raced motocross, and they always talked about Astalon being a unique track. Then did that end up being the end of motocross for you after that?
I still did some more, but
okay.
I mean, that was it kind of just, I was racing cars at the time, and it's like, you know what, why do you don't get hurt in race cars bad as you do on a motorcycle. So I kind of was like, all right, it kind of went off in the corner. So that was the last year, 1978 was the last year of ice racing.
Okay.
So we raced was outside Edge or Rice Lake. So what's crazy about that is that it's like a 30-foot deep lake, but the kid I grew up with in school, his dad owned the house that was there. It's a long driveway to get back in there. But where we raced was, 30 foot of water. And, they would, drill out the ice fishing rig,
Yep.
drill holes and pump the water out and smooth the place back off for every weekend, because they get really ruddy. And so at the end of the year, the D and ARCA come in and said, you guys are done after this. We're like, why? Well, all them screws we put in, they said they're coming out and the ducks are diving 30 foot in the water and eating them screws and dying. We're like, what? You're so full of shit. But that was it. So the last race there, you could move up a class if you wanted to. So, I'm 17 years old and I got this old RM250 and I mean, I'm waxing them pretty good. So the open class, these guys had back up a little bit. So I would take and turn the forks around and I'd, slide them up through and I put shorter shocks in the back and lower the thing down probably 4 inches. So it wasn't a motocross bike, high motocross bike.
Yep.
Even though they ain't as high as they are now. But anyway, so I'd get it down a little bit. So these other 2 guys from Milwaukee, they had Rokon automatic flat track race bikes. They're like a snowmobile drive.
Okay.
They had a belt and all that. So they never had a shift, And I mean, everybody thought these guys were gods, And I mean, they were like flat black bikes. And I mean, I remember they would like they would come in and like put like on black capes and look like Darth Vader. Once a year they have like a costume thing, And I mean, these guys were like, oh my God. So anyway, I'm 17 years old and, I'm think I'm somebody. And I told all the guys from town, I mean, there's 100 guys that race motorcycles from town. I mean, there would be 300 bikes a weekend. It was nuts. It was unbelievable. And so I said, I'm jumping up and running the open class. And they're all laughing at me. You ain't gonna race them guys. And, yeah, well, I went out and I waxed their asses. And I mean, I'll never forget after winning the second race. I mean, I pulled in and we all parked, all the Edgerton guys parked together. After the first one, they were like looking at me going, wow. Well, the second time I pulled in, they're all standing on their knees. They're bowing down to me. It was probably one of the coolest things I ever had because, I mean, nobody thought, we didn't have stopwatches. I won my in 250 class. Nobody thought we could outrun these guys.
Sure, right.
I mean, these guys got flat track race bikes that are automatic. Well, I mean, I waxed their asses. I mean, and that was it. That was the last time I raced.
You send them packing with their tail between their legs.
Well, they didn't come over saying nothing to me.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was, and we're all drinking beer, and I mean, we give it a good send off.
Yeah.
So a good way to end the ice racing race.
Yeah.
Until I got back into snowmobiles.
Oh, so you went snowmobile racing too?
Well, yep. Well, in I guess 2009 they started the class, the Outlaw 600.
The Outlaws, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah. So kind of eventually ended up setting the dirt bikes aside. You're the semi-feature king in 80. And is it 81 you end up getting your first actual late model win then?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was how good did that finally feel?
Well, it felt great till the next morning. It's you look back at Lake Geneva and it's two different configurations. It was a really tight, flat, like had a drag strip down through the middle. It had hump, over both corners.
Okay.
And then he reconfigured it. So it's kind of crazy to win my first ever race there and then win the last race there in 2006.
No kidding.
So that's cool. That's pretty cool to outrun Eddie Hoffman. And so, but going back there, my grandpa was he was 6'6", 280 pounds, and I mean his hands were twice the size of anybody. I mean, he was a mountain of a man. And when I first started running Geneva there in 81, me and Conrad Morgan got into it. And I'll never forget, I'm standing in the back of the truck, and my grandpa's sitting on the fender of the open trailer. And Conrad's going to come over and kick my ass. Now, Conrad isn't very big. And I don't even know if he remembers this. But if you had a video camera of this, it was probably the most funniest things I've ever seen in my life. He's coming, and he's just madder than hell. Anyway, he's coming, and my grandpa reached out and grabbed him by the forehead, and he stopped him. And Conrad is swinging and kicking. I mean, he's throwing rocks with his feet, and if you had a video of this, it probably one of the funniest things in history.
It looked like he's like out of a cartoon.
Oh,
yeah.
And he just reached up and clunk, and that's as far as he got. But anyway, we won. It was probably about mid-season and won the first time won a feature. And what's kind of ironic about that is that my dad built all the motors, and 2 weeks before that, I was sick of, not having, good motors. And I thought, well, I borrowed some money from my buddies, and we all kind of pooled together. And you had to run the top 5, I think, at Madison to claim a motor. So, which is ironic that Joe Shear actually outran Larry Degens that night, because Larry didn't lose in that Frings car. I mean, he was on a different planet. I mean, it was just like, it was like me in 1990. I mean, he was just, anyway, I'll go claim Shears. I'll get his prototype. Fred Nielsen pretty much told me to go get bent, and so they give the win up, because if you didn't let the motor claim, you had to give the feature away.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
So, and Fred hated me ever since. I mean, just till in 22 there, we went for the Shear race, and we shook hands, and before he passed away. But, it's kind of ironic. But so anyway, Larry walks up and he goes, well, I get my drain motors for free. I'll take the $4,500. So I put the motor in the car, right? And we go to Geneva 2 weeks later and win the feature. Well, of course, you got to party till daylight pretty much. And we get home, and I just laid down, and all of a sudden my dad wakes me up, and he goes, I got something to tell you. I go, what's that? He goes, Larry got killed at Kakana last night. Like, oh my God, are you kidding me? You know, it's just, you look back at that and you go, how do you win your first race with his engine in the car, and he gets killed that same night? You know?
Yeah.
1981 was tough for me, man. That and shower.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you look back at that and it's like, man, you know, carry on the tradition, keep the Wisconsin thing going. And that was the first, and, you know, a lot more to come.
I would imagine almost, you know, then having Larry's motor probably really made you want to go and win with it at that point then to kind of keep going with it.
Well,
as tough as it was.
It was, you know, it makes you think. It makes you go, wow, you know. And what's crazy is that, you know, I didn't know what happened until I heard, you know, and then the quickie got into him off the floor and he slid into the infield, you know, the pit entrance.
Yeah.
I guess pretty much cut his arm off and internal, and, you know, just, geez. And I really didn't know him that well because we really never really crossed paths, you know, and I was just getting started. But I mean, everybody in the world, you know, I mean, anybody you talk to, he was like the salt of the earth. I mean, he was just a super great guy and friendly, and, you know, like I said, you know, he come up to me and said, hell, you can have my motor, you know?
Right.
You know, but so I guess you look back at it, it's like, it's sad, but it's kind of cool, you know, that if it's going to happen, that I got to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, you know, Larry being salt of the earth, I know he was definitely one of the guys that my grandpa always spoke, you know, of just the most highest regard of, and yeah, and heck of a driver. And yeah, like you said, you talk about that Frings car he had and being unbeatable. It's just, yeah, even I heard a lot about that throughout from those times.
Well, I mean, Dennis, you know, was so far ahead of everybody else. I mean, it's kind of ironic. I never had a Frings car, never was around one, but, you know, I mean, his stuff was like, I mean, TIG welded, and mandrel bent frame rail. I mean, he was, you know, 20 years ahead of everybody else. You know, I got to know Dennis a little bit, but I mean, a lot of people say he was hard to get along with, but I don't know. And he was always nice to me. You know,
when so after that point, when did you really start going up and racing that Slinger?
Well, so after 81, that was a home built car, and, you know, the coilover thing was coming around and all that stuff. And so,
okay.
Basically it was like, so 82, I knew I had to step up the plate, and same old deal. Go, hey buddies, you know, need some money, go buy a render car. And I begged, borrowed, and stealed, and I think my mom helped, my grandpa helped, and went up and bought a bare chassis and just, you know, some odds and ends, you know, and
sure.
took what pieces I could take off my car that were in, and yada, yada, yada. But so in 81 there, I was working at John Olson's body shop, and when 5 Star started, I couldn't afford bodies. So Dorsey semi-trailer factory was in Edgerton. So I knew the guys there that had all the end rolls, you know, they had, like, if it wasn't 40 some foot long, that they couldn't make a roof out of it. So they'd roll it up and put it outside. Well, I'd buy like 10 end rolls for like $40. Well, I remember I would get, for a fender, door, and a quarter, I'd get $100. And so I remember one weekend at John's body shop, I built 10 complete body sides. So that's $2,000.
Yeah.
And my grandpa got me an 1/8-inch edge roller, so for around the wheel, okay, stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know how many miles I laid on, you know, and tapped that over and flattened out with a hammer, you know, a body hammer.
Right.
I probably got 25 miles of tapping in. So I got a bead roller, but it's like, I got to make the fender crown. My grandpa goes, well, it's not very hard. I'm like, oh. He goes, think about it. I'm thinking and going, well, I tried making a wooden 2x4 and trying to bend it over, and it kinked. And he goes, you're not very smart, are you? I go, well, what? So he goes, here. He goes and gets a pair of pliers and takes 2 1/4-inch and, you know, piece of tubing and makes that part apart, welds it, and puts another in there. and we put some longer handles on it. So I had to go clunk, 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 and it crease the metal, put the bow in it. You could bow it a ton, or you can bow a little bit, you know?
Sure.
So he made me that piece for, you know, a pair of pliers.
Now, kind of some of that craftsmanship, I mean, did you know, you talk about your grandpa being a, you know, machinist and having all that equipment. Was your dad kind of the same way? Were you able to kind of, you know, and pick up a lot of that craftsmanship from really both of them?
Well, yeah, my dad wasn't a very good teacher. He would like show you one time.
Okay.
I remember 1972, we got the first Warefield welder, and I was 11. And like, well, how does this work? He said, I'll show you one time. He showed me one time. He goes, no, there's a bunch of scrap there in the corner. Figure it out yourself. Well, 10 years, 11 years later, I guess, Dorsey Trailer was hiring. And I'm still working at John's Body Shop. And anyway, all these guys come up to town, from town, want to, you know, use a welder and learn how to weld. They want to get a job. So I try to show them, you know, and they were just god awful. So anyway, they said, well, come down there and take the test with us. All right. So I go down and take the test. Well, I'm the only one I got a call to get a job. And it's like, I got a job, but this pays a little more. John and Jack are really good guys who raced together forever. And so anyway, I ended up going to work at Dorsey Trailer. So I think that was still in 82. So anyway, I'm building bodies. I'm working, you know, 6 in the morning until 2:45 in the afternoon. And so things are going fairly well. Got that new Miranda car. I built the whole body except the roof. I mean, I built the hood, you know, so except the nose piece. They had the long, you know, flat noses. And
okay,
like
sure.
that. I made this, you know, side skirts and the nose pieces and all that. So anyway, I started hanging bodies for people and building the car, you know. So I was doing, you know, at that time was doing fairly well. And I still think I had the drain motor at that time, but it broke and really didn't have a whole lot of money. And I just struggled and was learning that coilover thing and all that, you know. But, you know, I couldn't afford tires. So I'd always buy Dick and Joe's left fronts. And, well, how do you get stagger? Well, my dad had some old wheels that ran modified days that I mount the right sides up and put 100-some pounds in them and let them sit for a week. And I kept doing that on and off. You know,
that'll make them stretch.
You know, so I, you know, you learn all that stuff, and just the stuff we did to just get to the racetrack. It just, you know, you look back going, man. So anyway, you're talking the Slinger thing. So yeah. I ran kind of everywhere that year. I tried, you know, some ARCA, and I did this and went to Illiana and blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, kept breaking motors and just was kind of struggling, you know, but I really like Slinger. So I said, well, in 83, I said, we're going to back up the train here a little bit, and I'm going to run for the championship at Slinger. And they're all kind of going, well, okay, you know. So we go to Slinger, and Shear's there. I'm thinking, what is he here for? Well, he said he want to run for the championship too. Now he's got this 83 5-star Thunderbird. I mean, it's immaculate, you know. In my car, actually, 82, I started my gray and blue design, which I really like. So in 83, we changed, went to the smaller noses and all that, and was a really probably my favorite car. And so, I don't know how it happened, but me and Joe both won 6 features, and I won the championship. Now, I'm 22 years old. That don't happen back then. I mean, not in this state. I mean, there's a reason why Rusty Wallace and Mark Martin come here to learn how to race, because this was the shit.
Right.
I mean, I always tell everybody, out of the 50 greatest short track asphalt racers, 40 of them lived here. You know, I mean, it just, you know, Northern Illinois, Michigan, you know, Ohio, Indiana, or not so many from Indiana, but because really it was only, you know, Bearfield there, I think, at the time. But, I mean, this was it. I mean, we ran 5 nights a week, you know, and didn't tear stuff up. But so anyway, won the championship, and I'll never forget Wayne Erickson. I called him for the banquet, and I said, what's the point fund? I think he said $3,800. So I go to Bailings and spend $3,795 in parts, and I get to the banquet, and I get a check for like $2,700. And Wayne's drunk. And I go, Wayne, I just called you 4 or 5 hours ago, And he's just, you're the worst goddamn track champion I could ever have. And he's just ripping me. I'm like going, wow, I'm 22 years old. I just outrun one of the greatest in history. We both won 6 features coming from the back. And I don't know why to this day that he didn't like me. I thought we got along fine. And I mean, it ripped my heart out. So I had to go back, and we stayed overnight that night. We had to go back to Bailey's and give him, a third of the parts back.
Sure, yeah.
And I was stunned. It was like you couldn't rip my heart out and stepped on it any harder. I'm like going, man, So anyway, it took a long time to get him back. So in 15, when I got inducted to the Hall of Fame, he was in the crowd. And there's 2 funny stories about this. So he's out there, and it's like, the place is packed, and now it's my turn. So anyway, after the 83 season, 85 on, he would, he got friendly, and when he bought, Open Madison, after the impact thing, they put dirt on it and he bought it. Well, he was paying me $10,000 a night to drive back from North Carolina to come up and race.
Even then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, he's sitting out in the crowd, and I'm sitting there and going, after all this time, now it's my turn. So I get, because he was super, don't tell anybody you're getting paid. And, it was like a big deal, right? So anyway, he's out there, and I tell the whole story about winning the championship and what he did. And I said, but that's okay, Wayne. I said, wasn't too many years later, you're paying me $10,000 a night to show up. And oh my God, I thought he was going to throw his drink at me. He was so mad. He wouldn't even, for the next 2 or 3 years, we always parked in the same spot getting his Slinger. He always would stop and shoot the breeze, He wouldn't even, he would just drive right in by and just snarl at me. I thought, it took 20-some years, but I got your ass back.
Yeah. At 22 years old, and you just beat Joe Shear for a championship at Slinger. How, being that young, how did that feel? That you just accomplished that?
It was like, how did it happen? Again, couldn't afford tires. You buy 1, maybe 2, if I sold body or did, had extra money, and just, it was like, it was hard enough to, pay for pit passes and get there, but it was amazing, and just, I knew that that was what I wanted to do, and I set myself up to do it, and we did it. And look back at it. Now you got these kids that are 14, 15, and, all the daddy's money in the world, and they're racing cars, and they think, not saying they're doing bad, but it's just like, nobody handed me an open checkbook. I worked for everything that I got,
Yeah.
And it's just a different world, and things, everything in the world changes.
Right.
But so the 83 thing is, another crazy story is that at the Slinger Nationals, we got rained out. And I'm like going, oh my God, we're down at Doors Door, little bar downtown, and place is packed. And I'm just like going, man, I don't want to go home and get up at 6:30 and go to work till 2:45 and, drive back here. And Johnny Ziegler comes up, and I'm sitting there saying that, and he goes, kid, you're pretty damn good. You should become a full-time race car driver. I'm like, what? Here's one of the top 5-6 guys in the state. I'm like going, what? He goes, no, you're really, really good. Okay, here we go. I'm staying there drinking beer all night and going to go race the next day. So I'll never forget the kid I went to school with, his dad was a foreman. And I walked in Thursday, and he's just ripping me. Where the hell were you yesterday? And blah, blah, blah. And I go, Frank, I put my time card in the slot, and that's the last job I've ever had. Because Johnny Ziegler said I was good.
That had to feel like quite the compliment coming from Johnny Ziegler.
Oh, well, what's funnier is that night, me and him both got inducted to Hall of Fame the same night.
Okay.
And so, my dad drove for Rod Hyman that owned Columbus 151. He had a 67 Charger. It's in the book. Probably my favorite car.
Okay.
My dad had was blue metallic, white hood, had a gold leaf number 5 with checker flags on it. Just a badass looking car. Well, anyway, this is back when he had his first Mustang. And so they had the back straightaway, the pits, and then the front straightaway. Well, there's a road that went down and from the grandstands to the backside, off to 3 and 4.
Okay.
Well, I didn't remember this happening. So he's up there start telling this story. And I'm like going, oh boy, oh my God. Well, I guess he must have run into my dad the week before, and I was mad at him. So I don't even know how old I was, 9 or 10 or something. Well, I got out of the stands and went down, going the gravel road, and turned 4, the grass was this tall. He goes, yeah, every time I come off at turn 4, rocks are flying all over my helmet. And like, well, I forgot all about it. I remember doing it now. I remember he'd come by and I would stand up and just wing rocks in the convertible. And I'm going, how I really remember it, because my mom, after I got back in the stands, my mom beat my ass. She was so mad at me. But think of that. Here's the guy that I threw rocks at. Is the guy who told me I should become a race car driver.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, it's just, it's beyond crazy, I mean, it's just like, wow, and then just, to race with them guys every night and just to learn, and it just, wow, too cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's one of the things I think about the people that raced, and especially at your age at that time frame. You were really coming in at a time where, really, I'm going to call them the founding fathers, and, these great race car drivers that were, making short track racing something. You're coming in, getting to race with those guys, and, some of the peaks of their career, and then having success against them. Like, like you said, Nick, against Joe Shear at Slinger. I mean, that's an awesome time to be able to come into racing.
Well, like I said, all how good that we were, them guys were back then. I'll remember Tom and Bach and Degens would go out to California and run the winter deal, and they would just wax their butts, And Mike Chase was the big dog in California.
Okay.
So in '83, he come here, and I don't think he made a feature until mid-season at Madison and finished 17th. So in '98, he worked at Yarbrough's when I got the deal, and we got talking about that. He goes, well, I knew Shear and Trickle were back there. He said, when I got back there were 4 more you sons of bitches nobody's heard of that were unbelievable. He goes and he had money. I mean, how do you come from California and take a whole summer to stay here?
Yeah, right.
And he's just like, he said, I thought I was somebody. He goes, he says, I got a rude awakening. And that's, like I said, that's why Rusty and Mark come here. I mean, Mark did the Ford for my book. I mean, if they didn't come here to race, they never would have done NASCAR. I don't think, in my mind. I don't think they'd even been, anything like that. So it just, I mean, this, if you wanted to race and be somebody, you had to come here. This was it.
Yeah, definitely sure seemed like it. But then, so you have people coming over here to race. So was it 1985 you find your way going down to Concord? Was that?
No. Actually 85, 84, I mean, I blew up everything. I couldn't, I don't matter what we did. I mean, Sleepers was helping, and it just, I was broken. I had nothing left. And I'll never forget, I don't know what bar we're at. Maybe it was Leo's or something, or maybe it's Slinger. I don't know. But I knew who Carl Wagner was, but, I mean, he was a monster. And he wasn't that tall, but, anybody can clear around the small black Chevrolet and unload it out of the back of his truck and set it underneath the bench. I mean, you didn't mess this man, right? So we're drinking there this is in 84, and he goes, well, if you ever want a real motor, come talk to me. Well, 85, it's like, it's probably mid-March. And, I mean, I tried all my pieces I had piles together. I mean, everything I took up there, and I'll never forget, he opened up the oil pump, and the gears were all ground off. And he goes, what ward did this thing go through? And he's like, I said, Carl, I ain't got no money. I said, I might have some money by mid-season. I says, you know, if you get something put together, I'll bring money up here, and you know, as I, you know, go along. And me and my old man are walking out the door, and he goes, "Where the hell are you going?" "Home." "Back up to the door." "Back up to what door?" "I said back up to the goddamn door." "I've never been there before." "What are you talking? Round corner." "Okay."
Yes,
You know?
sir.
So I back the door, and they open the door, and here's a hoist and a motor sitting there. And I'm like going, I don't know this man. You know, it's like, okay. He goes, "Here's a motor. When I get your motor done, you got 15 minutes to get this thing back up here." So I'm thinking, wow. I'm like, I put the thing in, and I mean, this thing is unbelievable. Well, I found out it was Mike Miller short block with Dennis Lampman's heads on it.
Okay.
Later on down the road. So anyway, I go from like 84 was a disaster to 85, you know. So at 84, end 84, the Patch Brothers and Shear split up.
Okay.
So they asked me, you know, wanted to help me. And I said, well, I got the car, but I ain't, you know, they gave me the old cube van and not money, but just all the Joe's old stuff, you know, parts and whatever I had there. So anyway, put the car together, rebodied it, you know, made it look actually really nice. This is a white blue red striped car. And all of a sudden that motor was like, holy balls, you know? And I mean, it's like, I'm fast everywhere we're at. I'm like going, oh my God, this is crazy. So I'll never forget, we're at Kaukauna in 85. Now, most people probably thought I'd win my first half-mile feature at Madison. What was it, Kaukauna? So I'll make Kaukauna, and I walk up to Dick, and I go, what about this and this? And he looks at me and goes, kid, he goes, you've been out running here lately. He says, you passed the Dick Trickle School of Racing. I turn on, you couldn't knock the smile off my face.
Yeah.
I mean, God told me I was worthy, you know? And so anyway, I won that night, my first half-mile win. So make a long story short, I won championship at Madison. I got voted Wisconsin Driver of the Year, and about mid-season, Carl got my motor done. And he calls me up and he says, I got your motor done. I go, and in between there, I would go up there and clean parts, and same thing that Brian was talking about, you know, I mean, hanging out with the guys and yada, 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 you know, and all the years of motorcycle racing and my dad, and I mean, I built my own stuff too, you know, so it went from just cleaning parts and him being in the headroom all day to like, well, do you know how to put a motor together? Well, yeah. Well, I started assembling short blocks, you know, so that's how I paid my bill off. Well, anyway, he calls me up and he goes, I got your motor done. I says, you ain't getting this son of a bitch back.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good with it.
And he goes, he had a special name for me. I can't tell you what it was. But he called me that, and he goes, do I have to drive to Edgerton and called me my name and kill you? And I go, no. So I took the motor out, went up there and put the new one in, and it was even better. It's like, this just can't be happening. So I tell people there's 3 people in this world that saved my career. He was the first one, you know. Just Wayne Lensing from Left Hander was the second one, and Bob and Terry Newton from Hoosier was the third. And it just mind-boggling how things happen. But you know, so 85 and 86 was amazing. You know, I won championship in Madison both years. And like we're looking at Brian's car, or that's your car, but
yeah.
I'm thinking 87. It's always Brian to me. Sorry. So anyway, I thought he said 84, but I thought he won the lacrosse in 85. And I think in setting the stands, we know we'd run Rockford, and the lacrosse was just the party. And I thought, well, damn, if he can win, these young guys, you know, I didn't realize that was his first big win either. You know, as like I said, we never really hung out, you know. And so I went up and won the next year, 86, and, you know, you look back at that and how ironically some of our things in our lives kind of crossed with the NASCAR stuff and the politics and Wagner's and, you know, how some people you didn't like. And, you know, it's really ironic that he said Ted Musgrave, you know, hated him.
Yeah.
I don't think he hates him as much as I hate Ted Musgrave. because there's some people in this world that there's about 5 of them. If I get a shot, they're not going to be walking very well. Back in the day, there's two people you didn't park next to, with Jim Weber or Ted Musgrave.
Okay.
Because, I mean, I like Chumley Weber, you know. He had certain spots in his truck where he'd hide his crew guys so you didn't have to buy pit passes. But if you park next to him and you left a socket on your, you know, trailer fender, it'd be gone. You know, in the same way, you know, people think I'm crazy, but Ted was the same way. I don't know if it's him or his crew guys or what. Personally, don't know, but there's 2 guys you didn't park next to because you'd steal your shit. And so fast forward a bunch of years later, him and his wife were doing that AS thing out in North Carolina, and they had us do all their paint work. And then Ted come over and he wanted to borrow a bunch of shocks and all that, and like a dumbass, I give him it. They never did pay their bill. Never got the shocks back. So, yeah, I'm not a big Ted Musgrave fan. So Brian should enjoy that story. And it's funny, and like you're talking about, and he was talking about how him and Ernie didn't get along. Well, Ernie is the guy that introduced me to Gene Eisenhower, Terminal Trucking, and me and Ernie got along great. So it's kind of ironic how, you know, between Musgrave and him and then Ernie and me, it's just kind of funny how things happen. Yeah, crazy, right? But yeah, no, you know, you talk about you know Carl Wagner, you know, for what a thing to do for somebody, you know, like you said, you didn't know him, you know, really, you know, didn't know anything about him, and I knew obviously something about him, but yeah, you didn't know him, and that's what he does for you, and then you didn't want to give the motor back, and then you get something even better, and you know, and if you know, you're talking about that the year isn't going the way you want, and then you know that brings you back to life. It's, you know, well, I didn't think I was going to race. I mean, until at least mid-season, you know, and you go from that to, like I said, win the championship, driver of the year. You know, I mean, it was like a light, like, you know, the motor thing was like a light switch. It was just like, oh my God, you know, and I mean, he's such a special guy. I mean, you know, when he passed away, I was like, I don't go to many funerals, and you know, him, Gene Eisenhower, your grandpa, which I would not in a million years would have ever thought I would be there.
Yeah, it meant a lot to our family, so we appreciate it.
But it's just, you know, he was just bigger in life. I mean, just, you know, he helped so many people. I mean, I just, you know, it's kind of sad that him and Dan or whatever happened, them guys got, you know, how they split up, went their separate ways. But, you know, like I said, one for him. I mean, I remember in '87, I called him up and I said, hey, I want to go run Bristol and I need a V6. I ain't got a V6. I know if we go down there with the V8, we're not going to be, you know, competitive, you know. And so all of a sudden, like an hour later, the phone rings. He goes, I got you a V6. You got to take 4 motors down for Bobby Allison. Because we had Kenny Bavery's bus, and underneath it, I had the sliding doors, and we could haul 20 motors.
Yeah.
So I get down to Bristol, and this is in '87, and I unload the motors for Bobby, and Bobby goes, where's my V6? I went, I don't know. Well, I knew where it was at, because Carl says, as soon as you get done with that motor, you get it back up here. Well, I going, I know where it's at now. You know, it's in my car.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's ironic. Trickle's leading. I'm running second. Bobby's running third. And I mean, I am so much faster than Trickle. It's ridiculous. I mean, I let him get a straightaway ahead of me, and I chased him down like in 5 laps. And I told the guys, I says, with 25 to go, just let me know I'm going to go. Well, back then we didn't have headrests.
Right.
You know, it's only 200 lap race at Bristol. Never been there, you know, never been a super high bank half mile that, you know. So back then I had a strap to go around my arm and hook my helmet. Before the race starts, my dad goes, better put that strap on. It's only 200 laps. Well, I told him with 25 to go, let me know. Well, with about 26 to go, I had a little burn. And the next corner, my head is over here. And, I mean, I can't lift my head up. And I don't know how all these years of Tony Strupp raced like that. Because I'm sure you've never been around Tony, but he always put his right, you know.
Okay.
I couldn't, you know, and at Bristol being banked, I just couldn't judge. I'm sure not going to take Trickle out trying to get by him.
Yeah.
So I ran second, and I'm not kidding you. I had a knot from my earlobe to my shoulder for a day. I mean, it's unbelievable. I wish I took a picture of it because, I mean, it was solid. It was just a knot. And my dad, he called me every name in the book. You stupid, dumb, blah, 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 And you look back and like, yeah, you're right again on that one, But so anyway, we got the motor back to Carl's, and the next year at Slinger for the Nationals, we're sitting in a driver's meeting. I'm sitting next to Bobby, and I said, Bobby, I got to tell you something. He goes, what's that? And I go, well, last year at Bristol, yeah, I ran second, you ran third, yeah. Well, I had your motor in the car. That damn Carl. That's all he said. So, and then that's that Tuesday night, and then that weekend is the weekend he got hurt.
Okay.
At Pocono, which is that was hard to like, damn, such a great guy. I mean, you look back and the people you got to race with, and because I mean, Carl built all his Bush motors and all his ARCA stuff, and did everything for all them guys, and just Bobby was just super. Just got to know Davey a little bit. And then another thing that year, which is pretty cool, in '87, I had two cars, and Ellen's Senior drove my second car, Kakana, and super down-to-earth guy, never asked for anything, just, the people you get to meet and the things you get to do, and, you look back at it and it's like, wow, pretty amazing that start with nothing and get to go just, these places and get to know people, and so I guess it was at 88. So in 1976, my mom and dad took me to Daytona 500. That's some Pearson and Petty crash coming for the checker.
Yeah.
And my mom had a little 8mm camera, and she stood up on the thing, and people were standing up, and she just went like this. And we didn't know if she got it or, didn't know, Until probably 3-4 months later, we put a sheet up on the wall and played it. I mean, she should have been EBC because, I mean, she had it perfectly. It was crazy, And I told him that day, I said, I'm a racer someday. I'm 15 years old, and, my mom and dad looking at it, probably going, yeah, whatever. So anyway, in 88 there, that's when at the 88 season, the Busch cars went from the big body Carlos down to the medium-sized body cars.
Okay.
So I call up Bobby, and I said, hey, I know you're hurt, and I said, how much you want for your Busch Speedway car? $30,000. I'm thinking, well, with helping him and, through Carl, I'd get a hell of a deal. Well, I didn't have $30,000. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Well, that in 87 is when Earnhardt started coming around.
Okay.
87, 88. I remember going to Slinger and watching Dale, and I'm like, he's out there and the car is just horrible, and he's got a brake push in it. And that's back when you go to Slinger, and the first thing you do is put all rear brake in the car. Well, I walk up to Dale, and I go, I know you don't know who I am, I says, but I get around here pretty good. And I said, you need to put some rear brake in the car. He looks at me, he goes, well, how do you do that? I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, how do you do it? I'm looking at Dale Earnhardt going, you don't know how to put rear brake in the car? And he goes, I don't drive these things. He goes, the cars we drive got 65 Ford Master cylinders in them. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. So it's a new Dillon car.
Sure, okay.
But it had hanging pedals. Well, they had the brake adjuster in there, but didn't show which way front and rear was. So, I mean, I get in, I'm underneath the dash trying to figure which way the brake lines run, and everybody's looking. And I'm getting out of the car, and everybody's standing around, the photographers, and like, what in the hell is Bickle doing in Earnhardt's car,
Yeah.
So I put a bunch of rear brake on, and he goes out and picks up 2/10. He still wasn't very good, but he'd come in, I thought he was going to hug me. I mean, he kissed me. He's like, what else? And we kind of hit it off, and it was just like, I just, one of them things that, again, you would never expect in life that it would happen. So he come there, and then Rockford, and, I helped him every little, but he still didn't run very good. But anyway, he handed me his card, and he goes, you ever need anything? Call me. So I call him up, and I says, hey, I want to run the ARCA race at Daytona. I said, I told my mom and dad I'm a racer. It was in 76. He goes, well, kid, he said, you help me. He says, I'll pull the motor out of this thing. You can have the transmission, the gear, exhaust, everything for $10,000. Well, I didn't have $10,000. So my buddy Jim Ploutz owned the Red Baron Tap in Edgerton, and I think he borrowed me $5,000, and I scraped together the rest, and him, me, and Phil went down to Earnhardt shop in North Carolina, picked this thing up. So we're sitting there, and Earnhardt breaks out the vodka, and we get the cooler out, and we're there for probably 12 hours. I mean, we're giving her. And he's telling us this whole life story about stealing his mom's credit card, you know, to get to the racetrack. And I mean, just, you know, I don't know if you ever listened to any of how he talked, but he definitely had the hillbilly drawl, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And the drunker you got, the more hillbilly drawl you got, you
thicker,
know.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he goes, you want to see the biggest, blackest son of a bitch thing you ever seen in your life? Okay. And they call it the farm, or I think they call it the farm, or the barn, or whatever.
Is it the deer head shop? I always hear about that. Was it the deer head shop? Okay.
If it was, we didn't see that room.
Okay.
So anyway, there's a barn door there that's a slider, and all of a sudden he slides the door open, and there's a farm fence, and here's this monster bull standing there. He said, this is Winston. I won Winston last year, and the Childress brought me this bull. And I'm looking down going, there's a coat hanger holding this fence together, this gate. And I'm like going, I mean, this thing is, I mean, huge. I mean, I'm like going, all of a sudden, this bull kind of starts looking, and he looks over and he sees my buddy Plugger, who owned the Red Baron Tap. Well, he had the super shiny, silky red coat on, and that bull seen him, and then it went, and I mean, it snotted. And I'm not kidding you. I bet you a quart of snot was running off his coat. And I'm looking at this thing going, this bull can just walk through us and kill us all, right? And Earnhardt goes, he don't like red.
Obviously not.
I can't make this up. I'm like going, oh my God. It's like, you just like, this can't be happening. Anyway, he shuts the gate, and we sat there and finished drinking beer, you know, and off we go. So Carl gets me a V6 for Daytona, right? And we get the car done, and we got the car back to the shop, and the left side wheelbase was like 3/4 of an inch short. I'm like, oh, this ain't right. So I cut the A-frames and moved, you know, put lead in the car, you know, and I'll never, to this day, I would have never, ever bet in a million years. Earnhardt comes and looks at the car, he goes, you changed my race car. What do you mean? You changed the left side upper suspension. How? Well, yeah. Well, why'd you do that? I said, well, the thing was short like a half inch. It needs lead. Well, it was a handful to drive, he says. And I'm like going, okay. So anyway, we go out and we make some, you know, first 2 runs or whatever. But back then you get a time sheet, you know, along with your tire temp sheet.
Okay.
You know, and they put your time on it. Well, I walked over to Dale and I said, well, what about this, this, and this? And he looks at me and he goes, well, he says, 4 miles an hour faster than I drove, son of a bitch. You must know what you're doing. That's all he said, you know. And so we go out, and there were 5 of us, Tracy Leslie and Grant Hadcox and Red Farmer and me, and I remember who the 5th one was. But we all go into turn 3, and all hell breaks loose, and I pop out of turn 3, and I'm the only one left. And I come off at turn 4. I'm on the middle of the racetrack, and I don't know why, but Patty Moise hit me wide open. I'm doing 90 mile an hour. She could have went by me on both sides. Destroyed the car. I mean, we had to cut it off the back of the roll cage. I got the race won. No doubt, there's nobody left that's remotely that fast. And it's like, wow. So I remember we got home. Well, what do? You know, went out to Newville Junkyard, got a roof, quarter panels, deck lid, bumper cover, truck arms off old Chevy truck, cut the roll cage. I mean, it fixed the back, the one roll cage bar, rebuilt the rear clipper cells, put the fuel cell can, you know, added, you know, because I was a fabricator, make everything, put the body back on it, you know, and we go to Talladega with it, and I lost by about half a car length to Tracy Leslie. So that's only 2 times I actually drove the car, and we sold it.
Yeah, pretty fast car, though.
Oh, it was really fast.
Yeah.
I love speedway racing because a lot of people don't like it, but I don't know what it's like now with these new cars. But back then, the cars were off the ground, and it was like a chess match because, you pull up behind this car, and you'd have to go a foot to the left or a foot to the right, and you're like, you had your hands out on the nose piece. You're trying to feel the air, you're just hunting. So, okay, when I'm behind this guy, I got to be the foot to the left. And this car had to be straight behind. This car had to be the right. And you had to remember, probably 10 cars that were fast and where you had to be. And
just the way the air was coming off their bodies, not yours.
So it was like you're just feeling. It's like, touch. That's all it was. So one of the coolest stories is, so at Talladega that year, it's 105 degrees out. And this guy comes up and he goes, I'm from the University of Alabama. We want to do a test. Like, well, what kind of test? He goes, well, we want to put some heart monitors on you and want to weigh you and do all this. And, there was no cool suits. There was no, you didn't have, the right side window. You didn't want any air in the car.
Yeah, right.
And we want a black car and we want to do this test. So anyway, they said, I want to put a satellite dish on the roof. Of course, me, back then, I'm thinking the satellite dish is just, bigger,
right?
Put in your yard. He goes, no, it's this little bitty thing to put on your roof, Oh, okay. So they did it, and I'll never forget, they weighed me before the race. They had a thermometer at my foot and a one-door window. I lost 11 pounds in a 200-mile race of body weight, fluid. It was 162 degrees in my feet, 147 through a window. But what they were totally shocked of the whole situation was, about a month later, I got the report, and the guy called me up, and he's like, is there something wrong with you? Like, no, why? He goes, under the yellow, your heart rate was 110 to 120, but when you're going 200 and some miles an hour, your heart rate was 48 to 52. Like, yeah, so? He goes, that don't make any sense to me. I go, well, I said, you got to explain, I said, yeah, we're racing. But to me, speedway racing is like you're going down the interstate at 80 miles an hour. You're relaxed. You're not turning and you're not racing your balls off like
right.
the Dells or Slinger. You're not, you just, the bank, you don't turn the steering wheel, but hardly a little bit, and you're relaxed. You just, you're trying to feel that air. And he thought that, he said, there's something definitely wrong with you. And I said, a lot of people told me that, but in different ways. But that was pretty cool. And I got,
that is neat. Yeah.
I got the pamphlet. He sent it to me, and I got it somewhere. It's probably in my mom's stuff that I never went through yet. But that was probably one of the coolest things that, but think of that, I mean, I was, probably 225 back then. But to lose 11 pounds in 200 miles. I mean, it was 105 degrees out when I started. It was hot. I mean, oh, my God, it was hot. But, just things you look back and go, wow.
It's cool to see him doing a study like that back then, someone in a black car and getting that information. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, but, and nowadays, these guys get a car and their hair's not even fucked. They all think they're, like supermodels that should be in Hollywood, and their hair's all perfect and they're not, no sweat. I'm like, you guys are a bunch of candy asses, I don't, everybody knows that the Cup field, there is a handful of guys that are racers and the rest are just bought and paid for. It's sad to see because they don't know what racing is. See, at least that's my opinion. They have no idea. It just, I think the Suarez kid, what Carlos Slim spent $300 million for 3 years at Gibbs and 3 years at Stewart's, $50 million a year for the guy to drive a race car.
Yeah.
Okay. That kind of tells you where the world's at.
Yeah. Definitely different.
Yeah. It's sad. I mean, that's the whole thing is, I mean, look at Wilson. I mean, he's getting $60,000 a race to run a short track car, with a crash clause. Like, wow. Okay. But they're filled with seat every race. Seats. I remember in 21 there, we went to Derby. And he had 3 supers and 2 next class down, whatever limited. That's $300,000 for the weekend. Like, this stuff's, incredible, great stuff, I mean, semis and all this. I mean, he's got this, he's got his act together, but he's got the people that want to, they get, daddy's money to fill these seats, and in 21 there, after we won 15 of the 30 races and I retired, for the third time, and in 22 there we were going to do a rental program, and we had a couple people call and told them the price, and I said, but your kid's not going to get out of the car and go in the motorhome and play on his phone. I said, he's going to get out of the car and jack this thing up and work on this son-bitch. And I said, you know, because if not, I'm not going to be his coach, and Tony's not going to work his, you know, bag off to, you know, try to make your kid go fast.
Yeah.
And both people that I told that to, that ended the conversation.
Ain't that something?
Just, I'm like going, you got to be kidding me. It's beyond sad, because if you don't, you know, if you don't want to learn what a race car is and you know, they'll never learn. They'll never know. You know, you got to know what you're working on to make. You got to know that feel. You know, I mean, I've always told people, I said, your butt tells you what the car wants, and you know, I've always asked this question. You know, everybody can see and steer, but what's the most important part of your body to drive a race car? What would your answer be?
Probably your feet.
Yeah, 100%. You're about the only second person that's ever come up with it. I mean, yeah, it's your brain, of course, but it's this.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't care what anybody says. It's you know, it's this much, and it's all on your feet, and it's crazy that, you know, people, you know, they usually don't come up with any answer. They go, I don't know.
Yeah, no, and you know, you talk about what people are paying for rental programs to run a short track super late model, and you know, I've known for a long time what people are out there paying and doing that, and it's like, man, I could go run a lot of races for $60,000, and people are paying that to do one race.
It's crazy.
It's in the best of the best stuff, but I could do a lot with $60,000. Yeah, it's always been wild to me, and I think there's a lot of people that out there that you know, just watch racing and don't know that that's out there, or it's not, you know, they don't realize as much as maybe they think they do. And it's, yeah, it's sad in a lot of ways, but hey, I mean, if I could make money off it too, I'd definitely do it. But so it's hard to blame them, but
well, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, how long will it last? Who knows? You know, I mean, obviously there's plenty of people out there with daddy's money and mommy's money to go do it. So, you know, more power to them. I mean,
right.
It's, you know, you can't change it.
Yeah.
You know, just unfortunate that, you know, and then, like I said, you know, just this whole world has gone to, you know, the people, you know, like last night we're coming home and this kid's walking across the street and he's not even looking at traffic coming at him. He's on his phone walking across, you know, like just the addiction of that is, you know, I mean, I got it bad in a certain way, but what I'm looking at is I got into this one crypto thing, and I'm learning and I'm making a lot of money off it. You know, that's, you know, I'm on my iPad 2-3 hours a day, you know, maybe more sometimes, but mine's to you know,
work
to pay for more houses being built in Costa Rica.
Yeah. So we're getting into a little bit of the ARCA stuff now. What year again was it when you went down to Daytona? 89. Okay. Now, was that the year where you started going to Concord with the late model? I'm trying to think.
I think the first year was we went there, I think, a little bit in 87 and 88.
Okay.
So back up to the story with Allison.
Yeah.
So he gets hurt at Pocono. Well, in 87, 88, I got $4,000 from the Miller distributor and all the old beer I could get. So Shear's old cube van would hold 660 cases of beer if you emptied it out with all the, you know, the pit boxes and all the stuff.
Yeah.
And we probably went down 3-4 times a year. And so on Monday and Wednesday night, we have a lot of people to shop, you know, supposedly helping, but they all they're doing is drinking the free beer, you know. So in 88, for 89, I was supposed to get $50,000 from Miller. And, you know, $50,000 was like, you know, well, when Allison got hurt, Trickle got the cup deal. Well, then Trickle got the short track deal. Well, in the meantime, I sold not one of my good friends, Matt Kenseth, his first super late model. And so when that deal said, I found out after I sold the car, I was build all new stuff, and, well, sorry, Trickle's getting the deal. So I got a motor and transmission, truck, trailer, all equipment, and I have no race car. I'm broke. discussed it again. And here comes the second story of somebody saving. So Wayne from Left-Hander calls me up, and this is a Tuesday night, and he goes, "Get your butt down here tomorrow and put a car together." And I said, "Wayne, I'm broke. I'm done. I put everything I've had into this. I give Miller everything I could possibly do for them. I'm done. Get down here tomorrow and put a car together." "Wayne, I have no money. I am broke. I'm flat ass broke. I'm done." Well, obviously he must have kept talking to me. So next day, me and Phil go down, and I go in the chassis shop, and me and his brother weld a car together, and Phil's in the parts room and putting the end and putting the brakes and the hubs and the spindles and all that together. And while he's got the thing on the thing, I'm starting to put interior kit in it, and we get back to shop that, Wednesday afternoon late. And we built that car. Kenny Bavery, we took off Friday night for Concord. I hung the body, interior, put it all together, and we didn't even have lead in it. We didn't scale it. We didn't do nothing. We got to Concord Saturday morning. We slept. We didn't go to bed for 2 days, basically 3. And Kenny drove us through the night, got us to Concord, and we unloaded, and we put lead in the car and scaled it and set the caster camber and put the springs and shocks on, and went out and sat fast time, won the race. $10,000. That kept me going. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
So we went back down in for the April race, and I think we sat in pole and won that one. So, well, Slinger's run the next day, so we, loaded up quick, and I jumped in the bus, and I drove about Knoxville, and somebody drive a couple more hours, and the next couple hours, and we hit to Slinger about 2:30 in the afternoon, and I don't remember who asked me or said, "Why are you coming back here and racing us?" Well, that's what I do. So it must have pissed me off enough that I did it the rest of the year. So pretty hard to believe. I thought it was 7 times. I think it was 6 times they come back and won the championship at Concord, the Big Ten, and then at Slinger. That was the last time I ran for the championship till 21.
Okay, yeah. I just when I was reading that in the book that you were doing that, I couldn't believe that I had never heard the story of you running Concord, then driving through the night to come make Slinger. I mean, what, yeah, I mean, the idea to do that obviously was, like you said, it was just someone pissed you off enough. It's like, no, I'm going to make Slinger work too. I mean, that's quite the feat, and to do that, we're going to head on down to Concord, and then we're going to run back up and do Slinger the next day. I mean, it's one thing to, I've complained about having to go and, race one track and go race another track 2 hours away, but that's a haul.
That's 14 hours.
Yeah.
Well, it's crazy. I remember, I built my own closed trailer from all the Dorsey's. I got the roof and side panels and the pockets, and got axles, and I bought axles and built all an enclosed trailer. I remember we get to Slinger, and you take gears out of the rear end. The gears were still warm from Concord. Not hot. They still had
right,
temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it just we had you think about that. I mean, to come back there and do it that many times, and then not to get tore up into Concord where we got through Concord without getting any problems, and not have to fix the car, or, maybe, patch a fender or something, but, or nothing majorly happened between the two places. Is kind of crazy to think about. Yeah.
They got to have the hauler to get you there and back, and,
it didn't break down.
Not break down in the foothills somewhere. And
this is an old, Kenny had this old bus. I mean, it was old, I don't even know what his old, stainless steel bus he had, and he held us around for luck, a couple 3 years with that thing.
Yeah, no, that was probably one of my favorite parts. Was I'm like, wow, I had no clue that you did that, and I'm like, I thought it was a big enough feat where I couldn't believe I had never heard anybody bring it up or talk about it, and because I thought that was so cool.
Well, it's just, like I said, I wish to this day I remember who said that to me, but it just was enough to like, well, I'm going to show you some bitches. I'm going to come back and kick your ass every race.
Yeah.
That was just the mentality you had, I mean, you're 29 years old, whatever it was. And, sleep, what was sleep? I mean, you tell people, I think in 1990 we ran 136 races, and you tell people that. And I said, that wasn't, that, and that's including the Daytona 500 and the ARCA races and all, all that stuff. But I mean, we start in February and we'd race up here 4 nights. I think that's how many races we ran, if I remember right. But that wasn't the hard part. It was drinking beer till daylight, and sleeping in the hauler for 2 hours and driving the next track and do it again. That was the hard part. The racing was easy, and I'll never forget. We're in the Triple Crown in Florida, and you race Bradenton Friday night, St. Pete Saturday night, and then you go back to Bradenton Sunday afternoon. Well, Saturday track record one Friday night, Saturday track record one Saturday night, and after the races, St. Pete is kind of like an industrial park, but there was a bar down the road after I got kicked out of the pits and went to the bar and got kicked out of the bar, and we're sitting outside drinking beer, and Trickle goes, "Is that the sun?" Oh, shit. We got to Bradenton like 30 minutes late. And, I mean, we all got a case of beer in us and never went to bed. And I'll never forget Bradenton in an Octagon hamburger stand, and they had a water spigot behind it. And I put my hand underneath the water for about 2-3 minutes and shut the water off, went out, sat fast time. And by lap 20, it was 100 degrees. Though. It was so hot. You sweated all the beer out and you won the race. You look back at that and you go, I couldn't do it now.
Yeah.
But back then, I mean, what's sleep? Yeah. That's when you die.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No one ever remembers the days when you got 8-9 hours of sleep. It's always the times you only slept 2 or not at all.
But yeah, so at 89 deal with Wayne, I mean, and then 90 was just beyond magical. I mean, we didn't lose. I mean, we pulled in the pit area and it was just, we didn't lose. I mean, it was just stupid. I mean, I remember after we won the Derby in 90, I called Wayne on the way home, and I think he had 57 orders, because at the end of the year, we won 13 to 15 biggest and the up here races and down south races. I had the other 2 won. I had a flat tire in one, and I had broken distributor in the other. But we just didn't lose. I mean, it just we were on a different planet, kind of like Larry was with that Frings car in 81. I'm sure like Tom and Dick were when, they won 67 feet. I mean, you just get in that position. And one of the cool stories was in 90 there, we got to the Derby and they're out practicing and buying tires, and we're sitting there, and Phil goes, "You want to go make some laps?" I go, "For what?" I'm not being cocky, just for what? Why waste the fuel? And a couple hours later, he's like, "Yeah, come on, let's go." All right. So I put my stuff on, and I go out, and I'm like 3/10 faster than the field on 20-lap tires. And Jody Ridley walked over to me and goes, "Isn't it time for you to go home?" And I said, "Well, Joe," I said, "as soon as I get that check on Sunday," I said, "I'm going home." I'll never forget driving the cube van, Shears cube van down the pit road and waving the check out the window to them and see you next year. And they shook their head, So in 21 there, supposedly my third retirement, they come there and I haven't seen them forever, and they come in the holler and they got talking about that year. And he said, he said, "You guys were just in a different world." It was, I mean, to think that you learn from the best, and he had a race against the best, and to get to that point that and then you're that guy, pretty hard to imagine.
Yeah.
And not taking away from Tom or Dick 67, but I mean, I know we won 80 plus features that year. I mean, we just didn't lose. I mean, it was just, we didn't tear up nothing. We didn't break nothing. It was just, and we never kept track, and that's okay. I don't care. I don't want to take nothing away from them guys, 67 is still the record.
Yeah. I think about, the Miller deal falls through. You sell your car, the Miller deal falls through, and then Wayne calls you up, and, it's like, what a godsend for that in order to happen. But, and then being able to, repay him with going down and winning the Derby, and he gets 57 orders, like you said, and that's return on investment.
Well, actually in 89, I passed Crawford with 2 or 3 to go and had that first one won. And the yellow come out and they put him back in front of me. And he jumped the restart pretty bad. And I caught him and I lost by about a half a car length. And it is what it is. But then we won in 1991 and I definitely paid Wayne back in full because, you look at that and just say, wow, here you are down and out and somebody saves you again. I was a little mad at him because I was supposed to drive the trickle car at the Dells after Keith Simmons put it back together and restored it. And we probably had 500 people coming up. And Kevin Olson, the kid I grew up with, the Olson family, he actually won the helmet on eBay, that original helmet from that car for Dickhead. And Wayne calls me up and he goes, hey, he says, you grew up with Kevin, right? I go, yeah. He goes, can you see if I can buy that helmet from him? I'm thinking, well, okay. So I tell Kevin that, I'm going to drive the car and it'd be kind of cool to wear the helmet. And Wayne really wants it. He missed the bid. And so Kevin agreed to do it. And then Wayne turned around and he put the car in the museum and he said, it's too hard to get back out. And that kind of just rubbed me a little wrong. I'm thinking he could try to talk to me at Dell's the next year in the pits. I really didn't want to talk to him. I just kind of made amends with him on that deal, but it was part of history that I really, really wanted to do.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. It pissed me off, I wear it on my shoulders and my sleeve, and it's like, you know what, really? Too hard to get back out of the museum? Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool car. Pretty cool car.
Just to think of it, to find that thing in Missouri, and and so Keith was Allison's motor builder, down, but he bought them dirt tracks in Iowa, and he's the one who restored it. And it's frustrating, so many people are coming to Dell, and just for hobby too. They have that many more people come to the racetrack to buy a ticket to come in just to see that car go around the racetrack again.
Yeah.
It wasn't like we were going to go out and go fast. We probably only went 50 mile an hour, but just to think to be able to drive that car, with that helmet, But
yeah, pretty neat thing.
It is what it is.
Yeah. So you kind of get the taste of going down to Daytona and kind of that NASCAR land, kind of after that call to Earnhardt. Was that an easy call or a hard call to Dale Earnhardt to see if he had a car? Or did you feel comfortable enough with him at that point after giving him some tips and helping him at Slinger that it was an easy call?
No, it was really hard because I'm like going.
It's the intimidator.
Well, it wasn't so much that because, he was a super great guy. My God, he was. But it's just, I'm thinking if Bobby wanted 30, he's going to want 50.
You're right. Yeah.
It's like, it took like a week to grow a pair and to make the phone call, and then when he said that, it was like, you got to be kidding me. The ring gears were $1,500 back then. The transmissions were $4,000. It was basically giving me the car, because he had no idea that I could do that, I didn't run the cup car for Doyle from the Dells yet, because that was, later in the year, so, it's one of them situations. I just helped him and he helped me,
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to think.
Yeah. When, after you ran that ARCA car, did that kind of help then? Is that what propelled you to get the opportunity to run the cup car then at that point?
Well, Carl put that deal together too.
Okay.
So I didn't know Jim Doyle from the Dells.
Okay.
Morrissey's dad worked for him, and Carl calls me up and he goes, this guy's got a cup car at the Dells. He wants to go to Charlotte, run the cup race. I'm like, okay. So I go up there and grab the car and we go to Charlotte, and I'll never forget. It's, there was 75 cars there maybe, and there was no garage stalls. So we're, got the ramp off the semi-trailer.
Yeah.
Underneath that, so the sun ain't baking you off. But what's funny about that story, back up with the Alan Quickie story. So 89, he comes up here for the Slinger Nationals, and we're in the heat race, the dash, and I get underneath me, chops me off, and get underneath him again, he chops me off, and like I walk up to Alan, and I didn't know Alan at all because we raced, but he was an odd duck. He was just Shear and them guys, and there's a few guys that are super quiet, that didn't talk or shy or whatever you want to call it. But Alan was this so different than anybody else that I that didn't know him. So I walk up to him, I go, this isn't your house anymore. This is my house. Get the fuck out of my way. And he kind of looked at me, and that's how I was, So fast forward the year, we go to Charlotte, make the race, first time. And I don't know where we qualified, probably 35th or something, But we made the race out of all them cars. Well, I get a garage stall. Who they park me next to that? Alan Kowicki. He wouldn't even acknowledge I was a human being. And I'm laughing, going, I'm in his house now. So it's kind of karma, So nothing was said, just like, yeah, you talk shit, you better,
Yeah, you were probably the last guy he expected to see next to him at.
Well, I mean, what's the odds that one of the good cars didn't make the race, and this punk from Wisconsin has never been there, makes a show, and I get a stall, and it's right next to him. I just ironic how things in life happen, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, we go to run Atlanta. We make the race at Atlanta. Yeah, we don't run good, but I mean we made the race. I mean just to make the race, and not having a clue, Bilstein shocks and big springs and all this and So Jim wanted to go to run the Daytona 500. So with his old Buick body, them things were horribly not aero. So we took the car down to somebody in North Carolina and put an Oldsmobile body on it. And we get the car done. We take off our Daytona. We don't have an engine because Carl didn't build restrictor plate motors. Well, we get the Daytona, and there's one motor available to rent. Mike Fryer. He goes, well, it's not very good. I mean, what do you mean it's not very good? Well, it's like 25 horsepower off. And I don't know at the time, And I go, well, what's that mean? He goes, well, every 7 horsepower is basically 1 mile an hour. So I'm 3.5 miles an hour off the pace to begin with. It's going, well, that's all we got.
Yeah, we're here.
So I go out and make the first practice session. Next thing, I got sand and shit flying in the car, and I'm like, what? I get in the pits, and all the crush panels blew out of this thing. Like going, we spent $10,000 getting this body hung. So Robert G was the big aero guy back then, the Cup day.
Okay.
And I didn't know him. I didn't know who he was. So I kept asking people, who's this Robert G guy? And I go over there, and he's kind of a big older guy. And I said, can you come look at this thing? I said, I went out and made a couple laps, and all the crushed panels are blowed out of it. And he had a super southern drawl. And he comes over, and he looks at it, and he goes, it looks like a tool. I said, what? He says, it looks like a total. I said, a what? He says, it's a total. It's fat. Like, well, what do you do? Well, fix it. I don't know. Well, okay. So next thing, Jim Doyle's over there. He's madder than hell, and load this thing up. I'm like, well, we're not loading this car up. So I remember cutting the rocker panels off, and I'm narrowing the doors and the sides in and this thing and get it all put back together, and I weld the thing back up and build new crushed panels, and we get out in the 125, and we're not going nowhere. And somehow, I don't know how this happened, but here comes Alan Quickie. And I get behind him, and he picks me up 8 mile an hour. So you think 8 miles an hour. Well, I had the car so free that, I remember looking off in the mirror in the middle of 3 and 4 and smoke's rolling off the right rear. I'm at 20 degrees sideways. And I was probably behind him for 8-10 laps, and he drug us up, and we finished 15th and made the race. Next thing, he comes over and he goes, holy man, you did a hell of a job. We got to get hooked up in the 500. I'm laughing. I'm going, dude, I'm going to die. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I held my breath for 10 laps. I said, I'm out of control. I'm sideways. I got smoke rolling off the right rear. He goes, oh my God, kid. He said, you did a hell of a job. We get hooked up. We got to go on it. We never did. So anyway, it went from me telling him to get out of my way to him not acknowledging I'm a human being to like, I'm worthy. It's just weird how the world goes. And then, 2 years later, I'm down North Carolina, and he calls me up, and he goes, hey, he says, can you come move some stuff for me? Well, sure. So I go, whatever trailer we needed or whatever, I go move some stuff, and we go in this shop, and all of a sudden, Paul Andrews was the crew chief. I walk in, and Paul Einer's like, looking at me like, what the hell is he doing here? You know, and Alan goes, but like I said, Alan was just different. You know, he was mechanically engineered, just different. So we get up in his office, and we're sitting there, and he goes, well, I'm going to ask you some questions, and what do you think about this, and how do you think you get more bite in these cars? I'm like, well, I really don't know these cars, you know? And I said, the only thing I could think of is if he'd raise the left side trailing arm up 4 or 5 inches, and that might do something, you know? Well, about a month later, he calls me up, and he goes, oh, my God, we cut the interior out and raised the floor pan up, and he goes, my God, it worked incredible. I'm thinking, you know, here's the Winston Cup champ, you know, going to be, and I just was guessing, you know,
right?
And he, you know, he went. I don't know if he won Wilkesboro that year with that, doing that, or he won one short track race, and I think in his mind, I think that was the reason why, you know, and then that whole story with him winning the championship and doing it basically from the seat, and you know, and then to have that happen the next year, man, that was tough too, you know. 81 was, like I said, with Larry, and a story with Pat Schauer, you know, and then Alan. But the deal with Schauer, we kind of had a few beers in the parking lot that night, and he goes, well, I got to get some sleep, and me and Phil sat in the grandstands, and I just got out of the grandstands, walked underneath there, and they had a tunnel went from the grandstands to the pits. And I just got underneath the stands, and I heard this boom like I've never heard. And I ran up to the wall, and he was laying right in front of me. I mean, the only thing held the car together was the right side of a post bar. The floor pan was ripped off. He's laying there, and I knew he was dead, you know. And, yeah, 81 was tough.
Yeah.
But kind of cool. I guess 3 years ago now, I guess, I went to Watertown and found where his grave was, and he also has the 21 car on it. And I sat down, we had a beer together, and shot the shit, you know.
Yeah.
But then Alan's deal, that was just like, you know, how do you become the Winston Cup champion? I mean, when he left Wisconsin, we all thought he was on crack, because like he wasn't even a top 10 guy here. I didn't think, you know. I mean, and you're gonna go to North Carolina, you know. Well, he sure proved us all wrong, you know. Pretty cool.
Yeah, single car team, and owning the deal. It's
you know, it's that's, you know, same. It's, you know, I guess it's no different than coming back from Concord and run Slinger. You know, it's just the drive, and like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it. You know, it's like, I guess some of us are built that way, and some aren't. You know, and just, you know, you gotta tip your hat to them for sure.
Yeah. When people are doubting you, you want to prove them wrong. That's the thing that keeps you going and wanting to do
motivation.
Yeah.
The drive. You know.
Yeah, exactly. So you end up running that race in Doyle's car. Then how long did you end up running that car for?
Well, at Daytona, he wanted to load up and go home.
Yeah.
And what was funny is that I'm cutting the car apart, and he's down around the corner looking around the end of the building watching us. He wanted to go home. And so me and my dad built the lift inside the trailer to put 2 cars in. We worked everything to help, you know, and I knew right then and there that was it for me, because when we got done with that race, it's going to trailer, and I'm not going to see the guy again. I don't care. I mean, he pissed me off, and what's ironic is the trailer still sits there by the edge of the Dells, or it was still sitting there.
Okay, interesting.
You know, yeah, it sat there for a long time. I don't know if it's still sitting there or not, but you know, white trailer and red is just, you know, and it's. That just another stepping stone to getting your feet wet, taste it, you know, think, well, we didn't run good, but we still made the races, and a lot of guys didn't.
Right.
You know, so you got that slinky, you know, which, maybe, you know. So in 90 there, like I said, we won everything, and we run the early November race, and then they had the fall November race. And I pulled into a shop, which Derek Close owned, 47 Canal Insurance team car, and Tony Furthest, they had owned the racetrack, was a crew chief. And I pull in to see Pat Beatty from Illinois, and he comes up and he goes, "Oh, we never thought about you. You want to drive our car next year?" Whoa, thinking, wow, I got a shot, right? Well, that turned out probably the biggest mistake I ever did in my life. After winning all them races, I had more people throwing money at me. Every product sponsor, I was getting all my stuff from Hoosier. I was doing very well and winning,
Right.
So I take this deal, and I moved a house right next to the shop. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like, I can't explain it. I remember we couldn't buy any part. Now, this is the third richest guy in South Carolina. His sister's the second richest person in South Carolina, married to one of the richest guys in South. So I remember we had to call him to buy hub seals, 4 hub seals, $35. They spent like 8 hours on the phone, and he found them in Denmark or somewhere to approve. And I'm sitting there going, what did I just do? I'm just like going, oh my God.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
And I mean, the cars are junk. The motors are junk. So anyway, probably how things happen. They had a pond out back, and I'm back out. So there's nothing to do. You're the driver. You don't know how to do nothing. Well, I can build a whole damn race car. I can build the chassis. I can hang the, So anyway, I'm sitting on out back fishing, and then all of a sudden this black Lincoln pulls up, and 3 guys come out in suits. I'm like going, and he walks up and he goes, "Are you Bickle?" I went, "Maybe." And I'm like, "Who are you guys?" "Well, I'm such and such from Terminal Trucking." I'm like, still ain't ringing a bell, because he meets so many people.
Yeah.
Well, he goes, "Well, last November, Ernie Irvin introduced us." And I went, "Oh, yeah, okay, And he goes, "What do you got going this weekend?" I go, "Nothing." He goes, "You want to drive my short track car at Myrtle Beach?" "Oh, please get me out of here. Give me something to do."
Yeah.
So he hands me a card. "Bill Boger, go put a seat in." So I go put a seat in. We go to Myrtle Beach. Now, that's as long as conversation I had with these guys. So they get there maybe 5 minutes before the race starts, and I don't talk to them. I go out, get introduced, get in the car. It's an old Howe car, piece of crap. We're running 4th or 5th, and I broke an inner tie rod in going into turn 1, and it planted it. The transmission's in my lap. It's junk. I come in the pits, and they're gone. And I kind of laughed. So this deal didn't last long. And so I'm down to Cup Shop, and the phone rings. It's next Monday, and Gene calls. He goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "Just put my time in." He goes, when you get done working?" I said, "Well, I'm not working." I said, I have to be here from, 8 to 4 or whatever, "Well, come up see me." "All right." Well, like you said, I have not had 10 minutes of conversation with this man. So I go up there and I go, "What?" And he goes, "Well, where's your stuff at?" "Wisconsin." "Where's your crew chief at?" "Wisconsin." "You think he moved down here?" "I don't know." I call Philip. I go, "Hey, Phil, you want to move to North Carolina?" "Well, I guess." So next thing, he calls Jerry Dennis at the office. "Jerry, go load up this trucks and trailer and go get Bickle's crew chief and all his race car stuff." And he gets up out on his desk, goes over to the safe, hands me $47,000 in cash. He says, "A brand new building down below the hill. Let's go down there and build race cars and go racing." How does this happen?
Say no more. Yeah.
And I knew that Cup deal was, I think we went to 3 races. I don't know if we made any of them. I don't even remember. I don't even care to remember. But anyway, so that's how that whole terminal deal started, and a talk about fun guys is Gene owned the place. Ron and Bubby went to school with, and there were the 3 amigos, and they would just get so drunk. And we had the, steps up the back of the big truck, right? I don't know how many times I carried Gene off, get him down off of there. But their deal was that they had 1 gallon old Charter whiskey, and I called it Old Crater, and 1 16-ounce Sundrop. And they had to have Sundrop left, but the big bottle had to be gone. So that, you know, it just, in the fun. Oh my God. I mean, it just, you can't even, there's some stories I could tell, but I can't tell. It just, you just shake your head at it and going, well, one no, I can't tell that one either. But let's just say that my buddy that started helping us zero, Mark Poole, let's say he was dating the oldest daughter, and it was kind of a secret thing. So we're down in Pensacola for the Derby, and we're in their room, you know, motel room, and all of a sudden he says, "Hey, where's Zero?" I go, "Oh, down the room, I guess." "Well, go get him." So I go down and get Zero, and next thing, he come up, and Gene sits there and come over and sit next to me on the bed. So Zero, you know, pops over and sits down next to him, and Gene grabs up underneath the pillow and puts a gun to his head. And I'm going, oh boy, because these guys are crazy. Just don't know what level.
Yeah,
they're up there, right? He goes, "Hey, Zero," he goes, "Are you dating my daughter?" "No, Gene, I swear to God, I'm not. I swear to God, you know." And I'm sitting there going, "You lying son of a bitch," you know, just giggling.
Yeah, this guy's got a gun on your line.
I'm like going, and all of a sudden he jumps up and runs out the door, and them three start laughing. I mean, he goes, "He's been dating her for 4 months. We all know it, you know." And I'm going, oh my God, it's just, you had no direction which, you know, where they were coming from, but I mean, oh my God. And like I said, I don't go to many funerals, but when he passed away, I mean, he did a lot for me, and did the deal for I guess it's been 4 years with him, and we won lots of races, you know. And he still sponsored me a little bit through 95 and 6 in the short track thing, and then I got to meet Eddie Smith at Petty's last race, and he built a building on my dirt, and that's another long story. But anyway, we teamed up, and that's kind of how I separated from that and started my own thing.
Okay.
So,
and then how long were you? Was it pretty quickly that Eisenhower wanted to go cup racing? Once you got hooked up with him?
I think it was 92.
Okay.
You know, we dabbled in a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, a cup race we ran, maybe 10 or so.
Okay.
I mean, what's crazy is that with Alan, it's had to be 92. We're going to Wilkesboro, and I walk around, "Hey, you got a setup for Wilkesboro?" And they give me a setup, and we go there, and I mean, we are ungodly fast. I'm like, but I don't have a pit crew. You know, back then, a fat pit stop was probably 20 seconds, while ours were 40. Well, can you imagine running a short track race, 400 laps, and never have a yellow flag? It didn't. Ran green the whole race. And Jeff Bodine won. But, I mean, I think I was probably 0.3 faster than he was, but I lost, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps in the pits changing tires.
I would imagine.
You know? And so it had to have been a few months later. Dale Jarrett comes up and he goes, "Hey, I got to tell you something." I go, "What's that?" He says, "Every time you pitted at Wilkesboro, I pitted right behind you. So I come in when you come in." I go, "For what?" He goes, "To watch your pit crew." He says, "I had to have something." He was like 40 laps down and something happened. And he goes, "I had to have something to laugh about, you know." And I'm going, I said, "Why didn't you give me your pit crew? We would have won the race." He goes, "Well, you know, we're Ford deal, you know." He goes, "Oh man, I never thought about that. Yeah. We should have."
Right.
You look back at that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but that thing was a rocket. And I mean, whatever Alan said, we did, and we did the trailing arm thing. We cut it up, and I mean, that thing was just, man. But there's coulda, woulda, 2 or 3 different, you know, Busch races I should have won, and there's a couple cup races I should have won. But yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Now, what was kind of the progression to, you know, dabbling in cup, but then ended up finding your way to the truck series? Was the potential of the Kleenex, the ride with opportunity with the Kleenex sponsoring the car, did that come before the truck series?
Yeah, it was 95.
Okay.
So yeah, we had I think it was a 5-race deal with Kleenex, and had Fred Wonke, who was the crew chief, and you know, we're all there at the shop, and we built a new car for Charlotte, and we worked on it till 2 in the morning or whatever it was, and got home and slept a couple hours and got the racetrack, and we go out and set in the pole. And, I mean, this thing is just so fast, it's unbelievable. And like I told you earlier, I said in the race, I got so far out front in the first 20 laps, I was bored. So I slowed up and let Martin and them guys catch up to me and race a little bit, and I drove away, and all of a sudden I have a flat tire. So we come in under green, lost a lap, and drove around, made up the lap up under green, and come back around. I think we finished 7th, I think, and I needed maybe 30 more laps, and I mean, it was just a rocket. But I'll never forget Mark come up to me and goes, "Isn't it easy when the cars are that good?" And I'll never forget that, that statement. And it was just like, it was nothing, it was like me winning the truck race at Martinsville. It was just, we were in
just that much better.
It was like in a different time zone. It was stupid. And then we had the race, I think, one at Loudon, and a booster fell out of the carburetor with 20 to go. And but Kleenex was super excited, and we're all happy. And as in the book, we signed the deal on Thursday as we're coming up for the Milwaukee race, and I went across the street to Karen's bar at yesteryears, and I was guest bartender and karaoke and DJ guy, and everybody in places having fun, and I knew all our bartenders except one girl, and didn't know her, and I went to the bathroom and standing against the wall, and all of a sudden she got down in front of me, put a banana up to my pants, and started giving me this banana.
She had a good time with the banana.
Yeah, and everybody in the place is just cracking up, and I'll never forget Mike Joy and Buddy Baker. Joy is shaking his head because he's the TV guy, with Baker, but Baker's on his bar stool. Bickle, you're my hero. And it was just having fun, right? Well, somebody must have said something to Kleenex, and on Monday morning, that $8.5 million sponsorship was gone because I did lewd and sleeveless acts. And I look back at life and going, I should have got in trouble 1,000 times the shit that I did, right? That I really, but never got in trouble. And this time I really had nothing to do with it because it just come out of nowhere. I was talking to somebody, next thing I look down and this is happening, right? And you look at that going, wow, kind of ironic, but it is what it is. So I had nothing going. I wasn't mad. I was just like, you work that hard to get that spot, and we had a really good thing going. And prior to that, Kenseth was driving for Wagner down south.
Okay.
Short track.
Yeah.
So Robbie had a deal, Reiser, but had a deal going. Well, Matt moved back up here. So Robbie calls me and says, hey, he says, I want you to come drive my Busch car. And I said, I got this deal going on. I want to stay my own thing. He goes, well, what about Matt? I go, well, this is before I despised him. I called him up. I said, Matt, if you don't take this deal with Robbie, I said, you're not going to get back down here. I said, live in Wisconsin like living in Mars. I said, you're not going to get a shot. And he listened to me, and he come down, took the deal, and turned out to be the hero. And, so over the years, Childress and Roush both called me, I think, 3 or 4 times to come drive for him. And I was, I knew it was kind of get the end with the Labonte story and the Darrell deal. I knew it was kind of the end of my gig in the NASCAR thing, but I thought, well, we're in the bathroom at Homestead taking a leak side by side. And I said, hey, Matt, I said, can you put a word in with Jack for me? I said, I could use a little help. And to this day, I don't know how I let him walk out of that bathroom because he looked at me like I was white trash and said, I ain't going to do that. He walked out the door. I thought, wow, you got to be kidding me. You wouldn't even be here if I didn't make that phone call. And that's how you treat me? So to this day, I'm not a really big Matt Kenseth fan. So he's another one on the list that.
Gotcha.
But he's such a wimp that, yeah, is what it is.
Yeah.
Worst thing is after winning the sheer race in 21, and me and Nielsen were standing side by side, and he drove for Fred there for a while, that I wasn't going to turn my back to him when he come up to me because I didn't want to talk to him or shake his hand. But
sure,
I manned up and did it, and it was like, it took a lot, but because I'd rather had my fist through his skull before I shook his hand. And I hope he watches this because He knows how I feel. And his best friend, Joe Wood, he knows how they're best men at each other's weddings, so they both know how I feel about Matt.
Yeah.
So just more part of the racing.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, those things that go on, right?
And most people have no idea that story. I mean, I usually don't say it too much, but yeah. Let's just say if he was on fire, I wouldn't piss on him.
So the Kleenex deal doesn't end up panning out. Then is it then the following year or going into that year where Petty gives you a call? Because the NASCAR trucks came around in 94, 95. Okay. Yeah. And so then what was the year that you ended up getting a call from Richard Petty, and how?
Well, I didn't get a call from Petty. Okay. Bobby Hamilton.
Okay. Yeah.
We always got along really well, and he I don't know where we're at. He grabbed me, goes, hey, he says, Dodge is starting a deal with the truck thing next year, and Richard's going to be the main gig in it, and he said, I'm going to put a word in for you. He said, I think that you should do this deal. And through the grapevine, I heard there was 2 or 3 other guys had a shot at it, but anyway, we're at Rockingham, and I went with the motorhome with Richard. So most people don't know this. Richard's last race, Atlanta, was Jeff Gordon's first race.
Okay.
And I'm the one that Richard run into and caught fire. So I still got the Muppet cover, and I took it to Daytona in '93, and I wanted to write the last thing the King crowned. But he wouldn't do it. He just signed his name to it. So we're in the motorhome in '96, and we're sitting there, and I go, do you remember me? He goes, yep. He said, you're the son of a bitch that backed to me in Atlanta.
Backed into me, yeah.
So what happened was Trickle Schrader and Waltrip crashed off a 4, and I mean, I've slowed down for like 5 seconds, and all of a sudden he hit me wide open. I don't know, no spotter, or I don't know what happened, but next thing I'm like, I got spun around, hit the inside wall, and here comes, he goes by in a ball of fire. I'm going, oh my God, how can I be the one in his last race, right? But anyway, in the motorhome, he said that, and I kind of giggled, and I said, well, we'll get along fine. And he goes, well, how much do you need? I'm like, well, I've never got paid to drive a race car before. I never had this question asked to me, And I'm sitting there, and I swear to God, a number was coming out of my mouth, 75,000. He goes, well, if I give you 150 and 50% of the purse, will that work? We got a deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so the ironic part of the deal is that I had to run, my short track car had to be a Dodge.
Okay.
So I got the motors from Joe Arrington. The motor. Only ran that car 14 times and won all 14 races.
Okay.
And that thing hauled the mail. That thing was just unbelievable. But the trucks, his brother was building motors for the trucks. And it was just, they were horrendous. It just, anything over half a mile, we weren't even remotely competitive. And it just, like going, my God, I didn't know the story about him and his brother winning the last 2 cup races with big motors and left side tires on the right and all the stories I've heard down the road, and he kind of threw his brother under the bus. Well, to make family amends, he had his brother come back and build the motors. It's like having a crate motor in super late models. We're not fast. And I told Richard, I said, hey, I love it here. Mike Cheek, all the guys, we get along great. I said, I'll stay. I said, but if let Arrington build the motors. And he goes, well, blood's thicker than water. Well, before that, Darrell called me and said, hey, I think I got a deal put together. Would you come drive for me? Well, it didn't pan out yet. And then the deal come with Richard, and I took that. And then, so when he said that he wouldn't let Arrington do the motors, I said, well, I can't do this again. I said, this is just, we're not racing. So it's really funny. I've raced with a lot of guys in my life, and one I don't understand why or what, but Jack Sprague was just one of them guys. So I remember we're at, I don't know what year it was, in Concord, 93, 2, 4, whatever, and I passed him like 2 to go in the Big Ten, and I'm along the inside wall at the start-finish line, and he's out there doing donuts at the start-finish line. I'm looking at him, I'm unbuckling, and next thing he hits my car head on. Blows the right out of it, knocks the right front suspension off. I put the helmet on the hook, I look out the window, his brother punches me in the mouth. I said, "You're going to die." And I get out, and the announcer and everybody's standing there going, and Jack backs up, his radiator's blowed out, drives in the pits. Well, the time the interview's over with, I'm going hunting. Because, I mean, there's going to be some ass beat here.
Yeah, what the heck, right?
And they're gone, right? So I have no idea why, what happened. I never touched the man. Never, I just drove by him and won the race. So the next day we had a big party at my house playing cards and drinking beer. And this guy named Rodney, real big guy from down south, he's over there. And all of a sudden the phone rings and he hands me the phone. Well, here's Jack's brother, the one that punched me. "Hey, man, I'm sorry. You know, I go, I don't care, man. I said, when I see you, I said, you're going down. And I said, what's the deal anyway? "Oh my God, Jack was on the radio just pissing and moaning that, you know, you passed him. We thought you'd run in and get by him, but we found out you never touched him." I go, "Yeah, I didn't." "Oh, I'm sorry. And he kept going on and on and on. And I sat there a minute. I said, "I'll give you one shot." I said, "Here's my address. If you have enough balls to come and walk in my house and have a beer with me, I won't kick your ass." Half hour later, next thing I'm dealing cards, and somebody sits next to me and puts his head on my shoulder and goes, "How bad's it going to hurt?" And I go,
show it right up.
I said, "You got more balls than your brother's ever had." So anyway, this is ironic. So this week on Facebook, Robbie McLeod worked on Jack's deal at the Quaker State deal. We've kind of, you know, been friends on Facebook, and something was put out there, and I said something about one track Jack, and I said, "Yeah, we didn't get along too well." And then Jack pipes up, and I have not seen him, I haven't heard from him forever, you know, and we kind of get into it. "I don't know you, and you don't know me," and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" So at the end of '96, Richard goes, "Hey man," he goes, "if you can win a race," he says, "I'll give you $50,000 in Dodge and I'll give you a brand new truck." Well, Bakersfield is the only place that we can go there, and I know it's hard on tires, and fits my deal, you know, and I'll save enough. And so Jack's leading the race. I'm running second with about 20 to go, and I just baby it, and I get by him, and I'm leading the race, about 10 to go, and next thing, I go into turn one, and next thing, I got a right front tire in the window net, grinding on my helmet. He was so mad that I passed him again, he drove down through the infield and T-boned me. Wide open. And he has enough balls to get on Facebook and said, you know, "I don't know, you don't know me, and I don't know you, and what you're talking," like, you know, I'm just like, "Oh my God." So anyway, I said, "You cost me a lot of money," and you know, I said,
yeah.
And I said, "You wrecked one of my race cars, you destroyed the truck, you cost me $50,000 a new truck, and now you don't act like you know, I don't need to know you," and you know, go.
I had your right front wheel on my helmet.
Yeah, I said, I still had the helmet. You know, that's one I just gave away, but I had rubber marks on the side of the helmet. But he forgets about things like that, you know? So it just, you know, I mean, I swear to God, I think they were called B&R motors he had. And I mean, I think he had 100 more horsepower than any of us had. I mean, he should have never lost a race. If he knew how to drive a race car, he should have never lost a race. But that's why I call him One Track Jack, because, you know, he won. He actually, after the Darrell deal, he had actually won the championship that year, and we ran second because Darrell wouldn't rebuild the motors. But, you know, yeah, not a lot of respect for a guy that does shit like that.
Yeah, I imagine not. What was it like driving for, you know, Richard Petty, the King? I mean, was it getting to race for him? Was it a cool experience? Yeah, obviously you had the motor thing, but, you know, how was it racing for Richard? Or, you know, was he around much? Or
Oh yeah, he was around a lot. You know, just, you know, super great guy. I mean, I told him about the Daytona story, him and Pearson crashing. And I said, "It's really funny." I said, "My mom's a big Petty fan, and me and my dad were big Pearson fans." And he goes, "Well, I was a big Pearson fan too, you know." And but Richard was super great. I mean, just never changed, you know, never, you know, just think of what the man did, you know. I mean, that part of the world. I mean, you know, he was their Dick Trickle. Or Tom Reffner or Marvin Lefka or whatever you want to call it, you know. I mean, he's way more famous because of the TV and all the stuff and all the things like that. But I mean, just down to earth, probably one of the greatest guys I've ever met. Just, you know, I wish I could have stayed, but you know, just being the racer, you know, I want to win. I don't want to sit back and run 7th or 8th or 9th at a bigger track or worse, you know.
Right.
I mean, when you went there, you knew you couldn't even compete, you know. So that deal, you know, went down, and as soon as Darrell heard that, he calls me up and come drive for me, and I said, okay. And it's kind of ironic. The first person that called me and said, you know, my brother's going to screw you, don't you? Was Michael. 30 minutes after I announced that I'm leaving Richards to go to Darrell, Michael calls me up and says, well, you know, my brother's going to screw you, don't you? Because a lot of people don't know this, but Michael lived in Richard Petty's couch. Him and Kyle were buddies.
Okay.
And Richard helped Michael. Darrell didn't help Michael. I don't even think Darrell even knew he had a brother. You know, that's kind of how I saw it.
Sure.
But I'm sure we'll get into that story. But yeah, just, you know, and it turned out to be true.
So yeah, so then Darrell ends up, you know, getting a hold of you, and you go running for him. Now when you said Michael called you, did any of that change your mind at all, or make you second guess anything, or was it, hey, I'm looking for a different opportunity than where I was. I'm not worried about what Michael has to kind of say.
Well, I listened to it, but I'm like going,
what are the chances?
Yeah, I'm like, you know, I didn't know the inside scoop with them too, I guess, or didn't know the story, or still don't know the story, what the deal was, except that they just, you know, Darrell didn't have Michael. You know, I just thought. Yeah. But looking back at it, I mean, he was 1,000%, 100% on. You know, took the deal with Darrell, and we had some great races. We had some motor problems. We won 3 races, had the championship in the bag, and at the end of the year, he wouldn't rebuild the motors. Last 3 races, and we broke a valve spring and blew up the last 3 races. It cost us a championship. We had 4 Cup sponsors wanted me to be the Cup driver because he was going to do his 15-race deal. That's all he was going to do. He had a sponsor for that, and I'm the guy. We had pick which sponsor you want, because he had 4 of them coming. Of course, he's the mouth, right? He's a great spokesperson, you know, and everything was all set, right? Well, he turned them all down, and he lost the diehard deal because Paul Backwell from Sears says, if you screw Bickle on this deal and not give him this deal, I'm yanking the truck deal. So all he had left was this 15-race deal, and you can't run a deal on that kind of money. So his ego basically destroyed himself. He lost everything he worked for, and kind of stuck it in my back pretty hard, you know. I mean, it's bad enough to cost the championship, and not to do the Cup thing. I just don't get it. I mean, I did everything for that man. In Indy, he wouldn't have made the race if we didn't put our setup in the car. I think we're running 7th or 8th at the end of the race, and I blew it right. We were going to 3. Hit door flat as hard as you can hit before they had soft walls. Broke all my ribs off my back, half my side, head hit the wall, concussion from hell. Flew home that night on commercial. I'll never forget. Benny Parsons had a first row seat, you know, and he offered it to me. I said, no, I'll be fine. And I hobbled back in there, and we raced the next week at Flemington. I mean, never slept. I mean, you sleep for 5 minutes, and you move, or, you know, I mean, you can't move, you can't breathe, you can't do anything. I mean, I was busted up bad. And I remember that, you know, Saturday I got in the truck once, and it took everything to get in. We practiced, and I'll never forget, they brought the McDonald's cup, and I'd pee in that and hand it to him, you know, because I couldn't get in and out. You know, I mean, I'm done. So anyway, get there for Sunday, and I you know, they wanted me to come up and walk up the steps for the, you know, go across the trailer. I mean, I can't do that. I can't move. I can't breathe. I can't do anything. But once, you know, you get in, your mentality takes over. And so lo and behold, we have the race won. I'm leading the race by, you know, 8-10 truck lengths. Mm-hmm. And I was passing 2 lap trucks, and they banged each other, and a piece of tubing come off and went through the radiator. Well, with about 3 to go, I mean, this thing I'm not even running. And 2 guys passed me, and at the line, it locked up, and we finished 3rd. And what's crazy about the whole day is that I'll never forget, I mean, I can barely, I get out, and I mean, I'm bent over, I'm hobbling, and this guy wanted an autograph, and the PR guy at the time said, "You can't do it." And that guy called me every name in the book. He thought I was just a scumbag piece of shit because I didn't sign an autograph.
Hey, I'm hurting here, man.
And he didn't know. He had no idea.
Yeah.
I'm bust. So that morning before the race, I'm laying in bed, and all of a sudden you get one of them sneezes from hell, and everything went like broke again. I remember I crawled out of bed. I crawled in the bathroom. I peed uphill into the toilet. That's how busted. So anyway, that story with Darrell. I had my appendix sold on Tuesday, and I went and tested for him on Thursday at Talladega, and that's when they tie down stuff, and it's bouncing around, and I turned green, and I mean, I did everything for that man. I mean, it just, I still, this day, I don't understand his mentality, his thinking. I mean, I thought we got along great. He was never at the shop. I did all his testing. I did we, but as far as driving it, you know. So about a month later, after he dicked me out of everything, I got a $250 contingency check sent to my house. Well, of course, I drive over to the shop, and I walk in. His sister was the secretary, and I go, "Here, you can tell him that I never screwed him out of $1." And I said, "I'm going to go say goodbye to the guys one more time," because the deal hadn't fallen apart yet. So I go by in the motor room, and there's Claude Queen and Darrell in the motor room. And Darrell's never at the shop, right? Never. So I go back there 10, 15 minutes, Dave McCarty and Fred and them guys. And so anyway, I come back, and Claude's in the motor room. So I go in there, I'm shooting the beans with him, and there's a headroom around the corner. Well, then all of a sudden, Darrell come out. And he goes, "Well, what are you doing now?" Kind of smart-ass attitude, you know. I said, "Well, Julius Ervin and Joe Washington, the football and basketball guy, was going to put a team together." And I said, "I might go do that." And I said, "I've been working out a little bit." And he goes, "Well, you should have been working out when you're driving me, because you're nothing but a pussy." Whee. I poked him in the chest, and I had him by the throat. And if it wasn't for Claude Queen, I'd be in prison today, because he probably had 30 seconds left. And Claude Queen was a pretty good-sized guy, big muscle guy. And I know he hit me in my ear. He had me a headlock, and he's pounding me in the ear and telling me, "Let go of him, let go of him, let go of him." And I don't know why I did, because I lost it. I mean, I did everything for this man. You screwed me out of everything, championship, the cup deal, and then do everything for you, and I'm busted up all the time. And and you call me a pussy? Well, anyway, all I know is that I let go, I guess. Then I don't remember walking out the car, and I'm so mad that when I grabbed the steering wheel, I look at my finger. When I poked in the chest, I broke my finger right over backwards. I didn't even know I did it. That's how mad I was. And looking back at it now, it's like, you know, he pretty much blackballed me in the garage area, verbally, you know. So there was nothing much out there anyway. You know, Cale asked me to come drive for him, and I'm like, this shit's old and junk, and he takes half the money, and you don't got no money, and I just, I'm just frustrated and irritated. And so I don't take it, and I have nothing going and doing the short track thing, and and Greg Sachs was driving for me, got hurt. So he calls me again, and okay. So they had great motors. Oh, my God, Bob and them guys and Tony, the motors were just phenomenal, but the cars were old and just and they had no money. I mean, from the Thornhill Valley deal, they got $3 million. Cale takes $1.5 million and vanishes, and here's to get to run the rest of the year on.
Yeah.
Well, I remember we're at Wilkesboro or Martinsville, and I'm pretty sure we're going to send a pole, and I'll be damned if Gordon does outrun me by a smidge. Well, anyway, but I knew the car was super, super good. But it's really funny. It was a car they built for John Andretti, and they moved the roll cage ahead 4 inches. Well, these cars were already kind of small for me anyway. Well, you know, I'm like this in the car, you know, and it's super hot out. I mean, it's just, hot. It's 500 laps there. And cars and happy hour is just, we are hauling ass.
Okay.
It was like having the truck there. My truck there in 97 was probably was 3/10 faster than the Cup field. We would have lapped the Cup field with a truck. I thought, I swear to God, I had my super late model there. And I was and it's like, this is when I just really started, learning the politics. So Dennis Huth ran the truck deal.
Okay.
So he come up to me, he goes, I know how fast you are. And he says, if you get out too far, we're going to throw the yellow. And if you do it again, we're going to throw the red. And if you do it again, we're going to make sure you don't win this race. I'm like, what? You got to be kidding me, right? And he gives you that look like, no, I'm not kidding. So I'm just frustrated. I'm like, you got to be. This isn't real, right? So anyway, Ernie Irvin sat in the outside pole. So I let Ernie lead for the first 60 laps, and I'm madder than hell. And I swear to God, like I'm in third gear, I'm putting. That's how, it was just crazy. So anyway, finally I get in front of him, and it must have been about lap 80. Finally I had enough. I got on the radio. Screw NASCAR, screw Dennis Huth. Fred, get the stopwatch out. I'm going to show these people how fast this goddamn thing is. And I remember going like this to Ernie in the truck rear window. And I think 4 laps I put a straightaway on the field. And Fred is on the radio screaming, you know what they're going to do to us? Slow down, God. And he's just screaming at me. I go, F NASCAR, F Dennis. I mean, I'm just pissed off, So anyway, I go up turn 3, put it in park, take a half-hour nap, let the field catch back up to me, win the race by 2 car lengths, and everything goes, ooh, rah, 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 yeah, And I'm like going, you got to be kidding me. So, and then Darrell never did give me the clock. But anyway, it's just like, that was my first taste of the politics. And then at the end of the year with Darrell. So then here we are, with the Arboro deal. Well, our pit crew wasn't very good. So Jeff was leading, we'd pit. I come out 9th, and then Ricky Rudd took the lead over. And I drive back to 2nd, and we pit, come out 9th. Drive back to 2nd, pit, come out 9th. So at the last stop, I finally said, you guys get me out 5th or 6th, we're going to win the race. So I'll never forget. I catch Gordon so fast that he wouldn't even race me. He just put his finger out the window and just let me go. I don't think he's ever done that in his life. It was just, this thing was just, we were so fast, it was crazy. So anyway, there's about 50 to go, and I'm up to 4th, and all of a sudden, I have no brakes. Steel to steel. Because didn't have money to buy new brake pads to start the race, because Caleb, we didn't have a budget.
No kidding.
And I ran 50 or 60 laps with no brakes. Jeff Burton was behind me, and I have no brakes. I'm letting off at the flag stand, and it's grinding, right? He still couldn't pass me. And we ran 4th, and I was pretty emotional, and because it's like, still like winning for me,
Yeah.
and taking this old junk and, except the motors. The motors were incredible. But, so after that was over, this other guy comes up and he goes, holy balls, he says, you look pretty good yet. I go, yeah, why? He goes, well, Rudd's over and doing the interview, and I said, he's laying on the ground, giving him oxygen. He can't even breathe. It was super hot. I said, well, hell, give me a beer and some brake pads. I'll go 500 more.
Yeah.
It just, I'm sitting there going, okay, that's just, we should have, had that, we should have won that race going away. But here you go again, just things didn't happen for a reason, because didn't have the money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, so many people have those things, and, just kind of, another thing you talk about where it's like just this one other little thing that, brake pads, if we'd have had it, what would that race have been? And, but it's racing.
What could it change? Could it change, would I have got the Roush shot, or would I got the shoulder shot, or would I got this, would I got that? Who knows? It just, you can't change history.
Right.
Can't, look back at it and go, coulda, woulda, shoulda,
Yeah. So then after running Cale's stuff, what kind of came next after that point?
Really nothing. 99.
Yeah, because it was a little while before Hendrick ends up giving you a call.
Well, no, I got the deal with 10-10-3-4-5. So Beverly bought Waltrip shot.
Okay.
which is really weird to have to go back to that place. So Phil ended up becoming the crew chief. I get to be number 45. The car's purple.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool being Dick's car, and here comes more politics. So Chad Knaus was the team manager, I guess you'd call it. And the motors were just absolutely horrendous. I mean, just, oh my God. Every happy hour would blow up. I know 90% of the time we blow up at happy hour. Well, then they detune the motor so much put another motor in, detune it so much for the race. I mean, it was just horrendous. And we're at Pocono, and I was so fast, it was unbelievable, but the motor was so horrible that Steve Park would pass me on the front straightaway, and I'd go into one, pass him, lead through two, lead through three, and I'd be like 6 car lengths in front of him. He'd drive by me and go into turn 1 and be ahead of me. I'll never forget after race, he come at me, he goes, if you'd had my motor in the car, you'd have lapped the field. So anyway, that deal was just a disaster, and they fired Phil. And Phil, to this day, at that time, till we talked here a little while back, I think he thought that I'm the one that fired him. Well, John Close was my spotter and the PR guy, and he was in the room when Chad Knaus got rid of Phil because, he wanted to step up the ladder or whatever his, sorry, whatever. So anyway, we're at Loudon, and I think we're running third, and the 2 guys out front, we knew we had a pit for tires or for gas. And I got told if I didn't pit with 14 to go, I was fired. And I don't know why I'm so stupid. I already knew I was fired. But I come down pit road and I give the race away because the other guys had a pit for gas. So I get canned from that deal. And I guess I had my full of NASCAR pretty much, and then you get the call to drive for Hendrick at Pocono because I ran so good there the year before, right? And if anybody reads the book, that was probably the end of my NASCAR gig. That was in 2001, I think it was. So I knew I was pretty much at the end of the politics on, between the Darrell side, the NASCAR, I call them the mafia. They've been a mafia their whole lives. It's, they control everything. It's, if they want you to win, you will win. I mean, there's lots of, uncanny, realistic things that's happened in racing that, like, how did this happen, But anyway, getting that deal to go for drive for Hendrick was like, wow, finally I get to drive something that's good instead of this old hand-me-down, wore-out, garbage. And I go there and put a seat in the car, and we get the track, and, well, you can't practice till Terry comes in the pits because we're pitting on parking the pit road then.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? Well, you got to wait till Terry gets in the pit area. Well, it's only an hour-long practice. Well, half hour into the practice, he finally shows up in his golf cart. Oh, you can go out now. Okay. So I go out there, and this thing's a dump truck. And I don't know Earnhardt at all, the crew chief. I said, well, do this. And he's looking at me, and they do some of it or whatever, they do what I'm saying. And I go out and still tight as hell. And okay, that practice session's over. So second one comes out, and, still do this and do this and do this and this. And we go out and we're getting better, and it's getting there, and so it's time to qualify. So I said, we'll put a right rear spring in it and do this, and I need more rebound in the right front, and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, I'm not doing it. I'm like, what do you mean you're not doing it? He goes, I don't want you to wreck my race car. I'm like, how dumb do you think I am? I'm getting an opportunity of a lifetime to drive some of the best stuff there's out there.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to drive this thing down the corner and back this thing in the wall? I go, you got to be kidding me. Well, he's like, well, you better not. I said, well, I'm not going to. So anyway, he changed it, and I babied it in 1, I babied it in 2, and I knew it was really good. And we come off of 3, and I mean, I was hauling ass. And Polka's so unique. It's so much fun. And a lot of people don't like it, but I did. And I don't know, we qualified like 18th or something. But if I knew what it was going to do, I mean, we had a shot, right? So happy hour comes along. Terry's got to actually go out and make some laps in the car because that was the rule back then.
Okay.
And he goes out and makes like 2 laps at like 80 miles an hour. I mean, he's going pace car speed, right? I don't think nothing of it. So we get, go out there and we make some more changes, and we're like 3/10 faster in the field. I mean, this thing is hauling ass. And I'm like going, wow, here we are. So I'll never forget it. Alan Gustafson was a shot kid, and he was super sharp. And he's the crew chief on the 24 car now.
Okay, yeah.
I knew he was going to go places. And I'll never forget, we're at the motel restaurant, eating and drinking beer. And he goes, who are you? What do you mean? Who am I? No, he goes, who are you? I didn't know where he was coming from. He goes, what are you talking about? He goes, you've told us more in one day than Terry Labonte's told us all year how to make his car go faster. He goes, we are going to kick their asses tomorrow. I go, yep. Well, lo and behold, Terry had to start the race. The yellow come out at lap 5, and he just was about getting lapped. So they pull all the padding out of the seat because he's a lot different sizes. He's about your size,
Yeah.
And they pull all that stuff out of the seat, and I get in. I go out and drop the green egg, drive into turn 1. Dump truck. I get on the road, I go, what in the hell did you do this car? Oh, yesterday Terry didn't think it was very good, so we put it back the way it was. I go, what? Yeah. So I think 5 more laps had another, So in the long run, before the race is over, we changed both rear springs, both rear shocks, and if we could have changed the sway bar, we'd have been back kind of where we were. So anyway, I drive back up through the field, and we get up to 8th or 9th, and we come for last pit stop with 15 to go or something. And I said, just give me 2 right side tires, get me out of the pits quick. I said, we got a shot. Yep, 2 tires. So I'm there watching Jack go up. Next thing there's a guy standing in front of the car doing this. They go the other side, Jack up, 4 tires, I come out 22nd. Time to get the green, 11 laps to go. I think I drove back to 11th. And I'm like, what else can you possibly do to make sure we didn't win this race, right? So I'm just, I don't know if I was sick, frustrated, disgusted, pissed off the world. And I don't remember even going home, flying home. And next day, I couldn't wait to get to their shop to get my seat out of that race car. And I get there, and nobody even acknowledged that I'm a human being. I mean, they won't even, all the crew guys, they don't come near me. They won't talk to me. And one of the kids that worked in the shop ran a sportsman's car at Concord. And he looks at me, and I look at him, and I go, what the hell is going on? And he's like, sure, what? Whatever. I pull the seat out, I leave, And he lived 30 minutes south, and I'm 30 minutes north. And next thing I'm in my shop, and he comes in, he goes, what in the hell did you do this weekend? I go, what do you mean? He goes, well, Kellogg's called, and this is when Rick was sick, and called and said, this guy made our cup champion look bad, and everybody's up in arms, and they said, if you come, just don't even talk to him, and blah, blah, blah. And and I told him the whole story of what was happening. He goes, are you kidding me? I go, no, they did everything to make sure we didn't win the race.
So that's what it was all about, was not making him look bad.
Well, I don't know if it was making Terry look bad. I still to this day don't understand it, because wouldn't you want to win for your sponsor?
Right.
And they're
sponsor, the team, yeah.
Yeah, everything. It's just, we wouldn't have won. We would have kicked their asses. That's how fast this thing was. And so a couple weeks before that, we tested in Indianapolis for the IWX deal with Dave Fuge, and we had an 1.5 inch drop off in the car in Dave Fuge's design car. And I swear to God, and I'm not lying, the 1.5 inch drop car was a second and a half faster than his design car. This car could have sat in a pole and won the race, I think. This thing was, fast. Well, when we come to the track for the 500, or the Brickyard 400, what do we have? His car. And it's a turd. Don't matter what you do to it, it don't turn, it don't do nothing, it's just garbage. And so, I don't know why or whatever, I'm walking through the garage area, and John Hendrick come up to me and goes, hey, he says, we'd like to have you drive our car again this weekend. Terry's still not feeling very well. I look at him and go, really? I kind of giggled. I said, if I drive your car, I'm going to make $50,000. I don't think I'm going to make the race in this piece of shit. I said, but this guy the owner of the team was a nice guy. I said, they put their effort into it. I said, but what after you did to me last weekend, I pretty much tell him to go. I'm probably the only guy that's told Rick and John Hendrick to go get screwed. Not saying I'm very smart for doing it, but it's principle. After what they did to me, like, if that's what this is about, this isn't me. It's like your Brian talking about being down there in the politics and all the BS,
Yeah.
I'd rather go back short track race and win another 100 features in my lifetime than have to put up with this. It's bad enough NASCAR's politics, but the inside team thing,
Right.
So I remember we got a really crappy draw because we got in the heat of the day, and I missed the race by 0.07 of a second. So with the 61 car. So it is what it is. And I was pretty much that. And I don't remember why I was driving something Homestead, and when I asked Matt if he'd give me a hand, and he looked at me like I was white trash. So I kind of knew that was the end of my deal. I was just like, you know what? It is what it is. Like I said, you can't change history, and what could have happened, I could have won a bunch of races, but it didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, I think any racer, any person and anything probably, does that to themselves. You sit and, oh man, what could that have been? And it's tough. It's tough not to, doesn't pay to think about it, but it's tough not to think about it,
Well, I really don't think about it. It's more disgusting than anything.
Right.
It's just like, it's bad enough you have to probably have real politics in this world, but it for sure shouldn't be in racing. And I mean, it even is around, was around here back some in the day, I mean, it's, Butch Miller turns into this hero, right? Like he's so much faster than everybody else. Well, I remember we were at the Dells, and it's cold it's super, super cold out, right? And I mean, you couldn't touch the gas pedal. You couldn't go nowhere. And I think fast time was like a 13:70. His first lap was a 13:27. Like, I mean, Ray Charles knows that you got soaked tires on, I mean, it's like, and they don't do nothing about it, So we all kind of threw a pissing match. And so we got Clem and said, Clem, you're going to do something this next race. So he shows up for the next Dell's race. Well, he qualifies like 9th and runs 7th. Just like they got tipped off,
Mm-hmm.
So when he wrecked the car at New Smyrna off of turn 2, they had the big cement yellow blocks that were super long. And I was standing there, and I don't know what happened. The next thing I seen him hit the end of that block, and it ripped the front clip right off. The motor flew out of it, and I thought he was dead. And I'm the first one to the car. And I'm looking, and here's nitrous lines out of the frame rail. The mercury's running out, and he's in the car knocked out pretty much. And I'm going, isn't this fucking ironic, right? Like, really? And so another story with Michigan. We're at Nashville for the Fall American 400. And all of a sudden, we're getting introduced, and we're all parked the cars, like, on the racetrack. Next thing I see is bloop, bloop, bloop. Like, oh, boy, here's that silver liquid. I'm going, go grab the I don't know, it was the promoter or who it was. Anyway, I said, you got a major problem here. What's that? I said, that stuff is really toxic. And I said, if they find out this is on the racetrack, this place be shut down for life.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh, boy. And so they get him off the racetrack, load him up, out he goes, and they got it cleaned up somehow. And I'm like going, wow, you guys got to put this shit in your race cars to go fast. That's pretty sad.
Yeah.
But, so, yeah, it's kind of funny. I just, Butch Miller had that OG's, really shucks, like Barney Fife attitude, but he could drive a race car, but do you have to cheat that bad to be that good? Everybody tried some things, but I mean,
right.
come on, just I lost a lot of respect for the man.
Yeah, that's I've heard a couple Mercury stories throughout my life, and I hadn't known that one about him. So it's the Mercury thing back in the day. It's always interesting.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you one of mine. I mean, everybody tried something. So, back in the day, left side weight was really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I made a deal that went by the seat belt. It was like a flat pad with a rod with like a little handle on it, and I could push down on it, and Phil would go to get to 60 left. Well, we'd be like 180 pounds overweight. We weren't thinking being heavy was bad.
Yep.
But we did that a handful of times, and then we realized, well, it's not. Yeah, we won, but being that much more heavy, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
So you always tried something, but as far as that, I mean, and then when you go down to the Derby, I mean, some years you could soak tires and some years you couldn't for qualifying.
Okay.
Well, that's, the Derby is a whole different deal. I mean, I remember I always took, all four of them and made them all left fronts. I never, put regular tires on the rest three, and you can't run soak tires there in the race. Hell, you go 15 laps and you're gone. You're done. I just make them all left fronts. I didn't care what stagger was.
Yeah, I always heard that's a rough surface down there. Probably shoot them right up.
Well, they don't have gravel down there. That place is made with seashell.
Okay, so that is true. Okay.
Yeah, or was. I don't know if it's what they've done now, but back then it was just. I mean, it would just grind tires up. Just places. It was fast and hard.
Yeah. So one of the nicknames you end up accumulating along the way is King of the Derby. So you end up winning 5 of them. I guess kind of talk about those races of winning the Derby, and I know the winning the 5th one was when you won the final one. Is that when the scoring incident that happens and your mom finds that out? And yeah.
Well, like I said, in '89, I almost won it. Should have won it. In '95, I don't know why we didn't go in '94. I don't remember why we didn't go in '94. In '95, we had a Ford V6 and we had the field lap, and I blew up. So those are the two I remember the most because I was mad because I didn't win.
Yeah.
But so in '94, Finch, James, I could never win Nashville. That was always my, I don't care what happened. I just never win the All-American 400. In '92, I had the field lap, and I come off at 2 off on the tunnel, and I broke an axle. And just stupid, So I was kidded Finch. I called him up. I said, hey, we're not coming this year. I says, this is your shot to win, right? Well, Tammy Joe Kirk wins the race. And I've rode him for, every time I see him, I would bust his balls, I don't show up, you let a girl win, and I'm not taking nothing away from her.
Right.
She must did a great job, but they just laugh, and because I mean, he's one of the most crazy individuals you ever met in your life. I mean, the stories, oh my God. But anyway, getting back to the race part of it, I tell people, I says, probably the easiest races I ever won because I didn't ever really race the racetrack. I mean, the race cars. I ran the race the racetrack. And we always qualify 8, 10, 12, somewhere in there, and they would take off, and I would just run 7/8 throttle, and all of a sudden it's like they'd drive away from me, and all of a sudden it would stop. And all of a sudden they'd come back to you. And I'd run the same speed, and I'll never forget the one year I passed Freddie Query for the lead. And 18 or 17 laps later, I lapped him. It was in pit, you get one stretch at the Derby usually runs like 100 and some laps. And I just didn't race, but then the last one with Gil, when I lost all respect for him, I know I had him lapped, but somehow he's in front of me on the restart. We had a restart, I think, at the end, and I get her on the outside of him going into 3, and he just body slams me, knocks the piss out of me, and we go in and start finish line, and he pulls in victory lane. I'm like, oh, no. So, well, before that, anyway, after he knocked me, I went to turn 1 and 2, and I knocked the piss out of him, and I stuffed him in the fence. I mean, not hard, but he spun around and hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. So anyway, he's in victory lane, and they're hooing around. I'm like, nope. Well, my mom found his wife cheated on the scorecard, and so here you win the 5th one. If you won a race in the summertime, they had 3 races in the summer. If you won one of them in there, you got $100,000 bonus.
Okay,
So we went down for I was the first one, the second one. We won that. So I'm getting the bonus, get everything, and we're sitting there, and it's way past midnight before they finally realize that I won the race. Nobody's there. Everybody's gone. We got the fit picture, but it's just pretty frustrating that, go through all that. But, won it back-to-back twice. I won it Ford, Chevy, and a Dodge. That'll never happen again. Just, one of them special deals that kind of frustrating. In 21 there, Tony built a brand new car, and we got down there, and we finished in the pits. I mean, normal. Don't remember what happened qualifying. We had to run the qualifying race, and thing was super fast, and drove up to second and was going to pass Fredericks. So then the yellow come out, and his spotter said something to Tony about let us go, and we're all in the race, right? Well, then Carson crashed my car, wrecks me and Burton and him, and I thought it was Burton that did it, and I wanted to strangle him, but he's 15 years old, and and so I find out it was the other weapon that has a cup ride, which I have no idea how he can even be in a race car, but that's my opinion. But make a long story short, we were probably 0.3 faster than the field was the next day. And I'll give you the night to day time difference, but I mean, I think we had a shot at being really, really good during 21. And we went down and ran a new car at the Bigley thing, and Atwell kid stuffed me in the wall in the last lap. I was on the outside of him, and we finished second there. And we went to the Derby, and I don't know why Tony tried some new stuff, and it just wasn't any good, and we sucked, But
throughout those years when you were going back there, and whether you were winning it or coming up second, or something happened and broke, what was it that kept you, where you ended up running that race, where you ended up winning 5? Was it just, I love this track and I love this race, and let's just keep on going back to it? What was it about the snowball derby for you that it just kept you coming back for more and more?
Well, I really don't, it just was another race.
Yeah.
To me. I mean, it's obviously it's turned into the biggest race they say in the country, which, okay, maybe it is. I mean, I got to give them guys credit for what they've done, and it's a big race. And last race of the year basically for Tire, and I mean, it's, you got Slinger Nationals, and you had Rockford Short Track, you had Oktoberfest, there's so many big races, but I guess, because it's the end of the year, it's kind of cool that, and that to win it 5 times and nobody's won it more than twice. So, and we did that in a 10-year run, and we missed 1 year. So, yeah, we had our shit together.
Yeah. So you get to the point where you kind of end up, saying so long to NASCAR. Kind of then what's going through your mind when you're kind of just, nothing really else is coming up with NASCAR, then kind of what was next for you?
Just come back up here and went short track racing, and it's kind of ironic that Jerry Wood called me and phoned us a location. And I said, location for what? And he goes, strip club. Like, what are you talking about? He goes, well, don't you remember in 97 we went to a club in Dallas and you said you'd rather make money than spend it? And I go, no. I don't remember even going there. But anyway, I knew it was the end of my gig down there, and then I come up here and looked at a couple buildings. The one guy that worked for me, his brother run the ML clubs in Charlotte, and he's a manager of 5 clubs, and kind of sat with him on and off for a month and give me the ABCs and come up here and open that. And it's been 21 years already. It's crazy. I would never expect to be in that business. Not in a million years.
So just to get in the phone call about it, and then
me and Jerry been friends. I mean,
yeah.
I used to build his bodies and hang his bodies and do all that stuff, and we've raced together and been friends, and just it's kind of ironic how that just it happened. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But now I come back short track racing, and that was pretty much it. Just come back to real racing and having fun. And, if we want to go, we go. We don't, we don't, That's what it was up for, basically I started a hot restoration shop in Janesville, and we were doing really well. I mean, we were building a complete chassis for all, like 12 different makes of cars. And we put a paint booth in and had it all approved and had it up and running for a year. And all of a sudden this guy walks in and said, "You can't have a paint booth," from the city of Janesville. I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You can't have it." I go, "Well, do you understand these three guys back in the back here are going to lose a job, and we're going to lose the jobs up front?" He goes, "I don't care." I'm like going, "You don't care?" I don't even know who this guy is. And I'm thinking, did I date your wife a long time ago or something? Or,
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, what's the deal here? You know? And he just was this attitude. So I'm like, well, you know what? It's 10 miles from my hometown. If you don't, want me here, okay. So I go in the office and I call the guy who was our dealer for the chassis. I said, "Do you want to buy the chassis business?" He goes, "How much?" I give him a price. And the kid that was working for me, he said he moved down there. And he said, "Okay." We finished the 2 cars that I had left, or 3 that I had a couple of my own projects going. I finished 3 customer cars, finished them off, and sold the building. I had a really nice house. And what's crazy is that I had the world's largest antique beer can collection. So everybody in the 70s collected beer cans. It was a kid's hobby thing, Well, in the 90s, I started getting back into it, and I had, back in the 30s, they had a cap went on a can.
Okay.
They called it crown. Well, a short 2-piece can was a crown container. They had a 3-piece can was a cone top. They had quarts. They had some taller, skinnier ones. One piece that had paper labels on them. So you just try to think that you're trying to find something from the 30s and 40s and 50s. And then they went to the flat top can with a church key to open a flat top can, So I had all but probably 15 cans ever produced. And I always ask people, what do you think I paid for my most expensive can?
$1.50.
$35,000.
$35,000. Okay. I didn't know if it was gonna be a trick question or not, but no.
No. So it's really funny. It was called Royal Brew. It's a little brewery out of Ohio, and there was one fountain. It was all rusty. You could see what it was like. The Ace of Hearts or 10 of Hearts. And it was called Royal Brew, and it must have been a short run brewery. So they knew it was out there, and they did a little history on it. And whoever went back and figured it out. But anyway, nobody had it. Perfect. Nice can. Well, anyway, they were tearing an old house down, and back in the day, they drank beer and built houses, and they put the can up on the 2x4 and covered the wall up. And
Sure.
They were tearing a house down, and here was this can there. And somehow it ended up at the one show, and my buddy lived in Knoxville, my beer can buddy, he was a dealer. That was his business, buying and selling beer cans. So that's how I got to go down and watch them guys qualifying the Knoxville races, So anyway, he hands it to me, and a guy next to me says, "I'll give you $50,000 for it right now." So, I mean, I could have made $15,000 in 2 seconds. I said, "No, this is going to the greatest collection in history." So, make a long story short, when this deal in Janesville went away, I'm like, "If you don't want me here, I'll leave." I sold the shop, sold my house, and I didn't know. I built a beautiful basement, put all my displays up. It's a lot of work, and I said, "I don't want to do this again." And I haven't been to a couple show or two in 3 or 4 years, but there's some people that were interested in buying it, and I just sold it. So then I sold the house, and I come up by the Madison area, and just, that was it.
For not wanting the paint booth, did they ever give you a real reason? No. Was that some environmental BS?
No, it was all, we're in an industrial park. I mean, you could eat off the grass. I mean, we're building $150,000, $200,000 cars. I mean, this was high end. I mean, we won the World of Wheels show in Chicago.
Oh, no kidding. Okay.
I mean, we were doing some really nice stuff, and I have no idea this. I don't know the guy. Don't know the situation. But if you don't want me here, I don't have to do this. And it just irritated me, and kind of like racing. Like, well, the hell with it.
Yeah, it's enough. Not worth the hassle.
But it's like, Edgerton to Janesville is, 8 miles? And it's like, and I don't pat myself in the back or, I'm not that guy. But it's kind of ironic that, there's 5 people from Edgerton that made it in pro sports. There's 3 guys made it in football, and Steve Stricker, the golfer, and myself. And so, the only thing that I really did that I usually don't do is that we made the inaugural Brickyard 400. I usually, being my height, I always stand behind everybody. Well, that time I, had the white Orkin suit on and making that race in Mellings junk. I stood on the Brickyard and right up front, and that was, like, that's my turn, That's one that, there's some really cool things in life you get to do and things that happen. And that day, I'll never forget, I knew I made a heck of a lap. I knew we made the race. And I'll never forget coming down pit road and turning into Gasoline Alley. I had the winter net down. My mom jumps up on the edge of the door, and she's hanging on the roof rail and just beating on the roof, just screaming, excited, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But like I said, you get to do some really cool things that, you would never think could ever happen. So talking about the Olsen family, growing up with them, I remember in the early 70s, Aerosmith album, Get Your Wings, comes out, and we wore that thing out. I mean, it was amazing. So in 94, we're at Loudon, and Kenny Wallace comes up and goes, "You're a big rock and roll guy, aren't you?" And oh, yeah. Because, I can't stand country and I can't stand rap. I just despise it all. And he goes, "Well, Brad Whitford?" I go, "From Aerosmith?" And he goes, "Yeah." "You want to meet him?" "Well, yeah." And so I go over and meet Brad, and we hit it off, and shoot the shit. And he hands me his card, and he goes, "Hey, ever want to come to a show?" And blah, blah, blah. So we go to probably 3 shows on backstage, and it was just only him and Steven Tyler.
Okay.
The other 3 guys, Tom and Joe and them, you never seen them. I was backstage probably 6 or 7 times. So he wanted to run my short track kart Concord. He's never drove a race car, but I thought, well, I'll put a smaller seat in it. And they played at Atlanta. They had a night off, and they were coming to Charlotte. So they're coming there, and he calls them, and he goes, "These guys won't get up, and we ain't going to make it." I was like, "Oh, you're kidding me," right? So here's your favorite rock and roll band in history. You get to meet him, and here you're going to have this guy drive your race car. I didn't give a shit if he destroyed it, that moment is like, that's how I was building race cars. You build another one, You would have paid for it,
Yeah.
What's $30,000 to this guy, right? So anyway, they come to Charlotte the next night, and we're backstage, and I don't know why, but I got into it pretty hard. I was pretty full. And Steven Tyler can never remember my name. I was too tall race car driving MFer. That was my name to Steven Tyler, right? So he comes in the guest area room, and we're drinking, and we're having a ball, and all of a sudden he's got a brace on his knee, and like, "Well, what'd you do?" He goes, "Well, I was swinging the mic stand, and I hit my knee and kind of like tore my ACL up a little bit or something." I'm like, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "After all these years?" And so anyway, we shoot the breeze for a while, and he goes, "I got to get ready." So he goes around the corner, off he goes, Well, I'm pretty full, and I'm thinking, I got to go find out where he's at. So I go around the corner, and you could tell where his room was because he's all the scarves hanging off the doors. He's a big scarves guy.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm thinking, yeah, if I wouldn't have been that full, I wouldn't have probably done it. But anyway, I'm walking in, as I know he's in there with 3 hot chicks, right? So I open the door, and I'm standing there, I'm going, "Oh, you got to be kidding me. He's on a pedal bike." And I go, "What?" He looks at me and goes, "What are you doing in my room?" I go, "What are you doing on that?" And he goes, "I'm rehabbing my knee and getting ready to rock and roll. Get the hell out of my room."
Not what you'd have expected, yeah.
And I'm saying, I swear to God, in back here with 3 hot chicks. He goes, "That was 30 years ago. Get out of my room."
Yeah, I'm rehabbing my knee.
I couldn't believe it. It was like your rock and roll God hero, and I'm thinking, oh my God. You can't make shit like that up. Just stories after stories, and just like the stuff you got to do outside of racing that you happen to fall against or run against, and so another one is when the Packers made the Super Bowl in '97, we had 4 tickets scalped, and we had a room that was like, we couldn't get a room because I didn't know we're going to go, first of all. And once we made it, I think the tickets were like, $2,000 a piece. So anyway, the guy scalped them against us. He got more money, and we didn't have no tickets. So that's when I got the deal with Darrell, and we ran Orlando the week before. And anyway, I had the Packer hat on, and the guy from Sears, Paul Bafko, says, "Hey, you going to the game?" I go, "No." I said, "We had some tickets scalped, but the guy out-scalped us." "Well, how many you need?" 4? they'll be at your house Wednesday morning. Well, we're leading the race. I broke a valve spring with 20 to go and we finished third. And so I'm thinking, yeah, right. So anyway, here comes a FedEx or UPS truck, whatever it was, and here's 4 free tickets to Super Bowl. Well, we give up our room that was 60 miles away. So we call him back. Nope, it's gone. So my partner, Eddie Smith at the time, used to go to New Orleans all the time and stay at the Royal Sonesta right on Bourbon Street. Well, we called this guy that he knew the manager there really well.
Mm-hmm.
And, when we found, he goes, no, man, he said the NFL's had this motel booked for 2 years. So we call him again and said, hey, is there anything anywhere around anywhere? He goes, no, man, there ain't nothing within 100 miles. So we're on the phone, we're trying to find anything, right? All of a sudden, this guy calls us back. He goes, the NFL give up two of the rooms. I'm giving you one. So we get free tickets, and we get a room on Bourbon Street, right? How does this happen?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, this is like, so anyway, I had my mom's van. We all drive there, park underneath the motel. We never got in a vehicle the rest of the time we're there. I got there on Thursday. And, I mean, this is the epic drinking performance of my lifetime. And we are just, I mean, I don't even know if we went to bed. So, anyway, the game starts. And I mean, I think it was the second half. I get a pee so bad I can't stand it. I'm flying, so I can't take it anymore. So I go up there, and they're playing the game through the speakers in the bathroom. And I'm taking a leak, and all of a sudden, they line up, and Reggie White gets a sack. And I'm sitting there, and I'm keep going and going and going, and they line up, and Reggie White gets another sack, back sacks, right? So I missed that. I'm mad. I'm like, how do you miss this, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I get back in my seat, and the game's over, and we win, and we finish partying off, and that was a long way home that next day. My God. So I don't remember how many years it was later. I'm dating a girl who lived in a lake, and I leave her house, and I look, and I'm like going, no, because he got traded from Green Bay to Carolina after that. And I look, and this is I don't know, whatever, I can't remember the year he died. Anyway, I look and I'm like going, that can't be who I think it is. Because, I mean, he put on probably 150 pounds. He was huge. Anyway, he's outside playing in the yard with a bunch of kids. And I walk up and I go, hey, Reg, what can I do? Can I help you? I just said, hey, I race NASCAR and blah, 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 whatever, And I said, I just tell you, I went to the game and, thank you. And he was super cool.
Yeah.
Just, down to earth. And we shot the breeze for probably 10, 15 minutes. And then I left. And probably a month later, I drive by and I pull in and I told him, I said, well, I got to tell you a story. And I told him the pee story. And he goes, you pissed that long?
Drank a lot of beer, man.
And then a month later, he died of sleep apnea. Yeah, it's crazy. But he put all that way down. He was like, whoosh. But, talk about a man against boys. Watching him play, it was like, oh, my God. But so that's another, cool thing that happened.
Yeah.
Would have never happened and how it happened. And so, the racing part was okay. It's always been great. But some of the stuff you get to do outside of it was pretty amazing.
Right. Now, I know the one thing, mentioned it very briefly earlier, but the snowmobile racing thing. So the Outlaw snowmobiles, and for anybody that doesn't know, so the Outlaw snowmobile, it was a 600cc motor, right? Yeah, and then had the track off to the right side, roll cage, and then the skis up front. How'd you get involved in that, and what made you want to get involved in that?
I just happened to see it, and I thought, well, it's got a steering wheel and gas pedal and brake pedal. I'll build them.
Yeah.
And I started racing, and I think that was maybe 2009. And we travel all around up north and out in Canada. And in 2012, I think it was, we were in Beausejour, Canada. And it's 25 below zero without the wind chill. And, you have the race suit on because it had a fuel cell behind you. So you had to have fire protection suit.
Yep.
And they were insulated. But, you're running 100 mile an hour in this thing, and it's so cold. You couldn't even get out and change spark plugs. Your fingers didn't work. And I'm thinking, what am I doing this for? So I come back and I sold the chassis business and sold, all my stuff, and I was done. And then what's kind of ironic is that, Trickle race snowmobiles.
Yeah.
Richard Leroy Trickle, Richard Allen Bickle. it's just how things with me and him, you know, the whole story about me getting sick the day, tipping on the day he died and all that. And it just, so in 21, my buddy Bob Richardson calls me up and he goes, hey, come and run my sled at the Derby. I said, I haven't drove one in 9 years, you know. I said, I ain't doing that. And he goes, no, just think about it. Come up here and run this, you know, the world championship on snowmobile and then finish at the snowball derby. Well, that did kind of make sense, right? You know. So we go up there and I'll never forget. I mean, I kicked their asses pretty good, you know, and this young, I mean, I only knew about 2 or 3 guys that were left from the original group, right? You know, and this young kid comes to me and goes, how old are you? I go, 59. He goes, I drove in turn 3 till I saw God. He said, you went by me on the outside, and he said, I thought your throttle stuck and you turned. He goes, I pray to God I have balls that big at 59. And I'm cracking up, right?
Yeah.
So next thing, this other guy comes up and he goes, hey, he goes, I didn't know him. He goes, I want you on my dirt car at Bristol. I go, what? This is a late model.
Yeah.
I said, I've never sat in one. He goes, well, if you can drive that damn thing, like, you know, and he was in the race. I didn't know this guy. I guess I'm not very smart on that deal. I said, I've never even sat in one. I don't know. He goes, if you can drive that thing, you can drive this. And I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that, you know. And I find out he's some super wealthy guy from Iowa that, you know. And I said, if we go test somewhere, I'd at least, like, you know, have a feel for something.
Yeah.
He goes, no, there's no testing. You just got to go do it. I'm like, nah, I ain't going to do that, you know. But it was just kind of cool to go up and, you know, win that and you know, put your name on that part of history.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny. But
Yeah, I have a good friend that you know, raced snowmobiles and pro champ snowmobiles. So yeah, I remember hanging around there a lot and seeing you run those. That was pretty neat. Those are a neat deal.
Yeah, it was fun. It just, you know, I should have spent more time on the front end of it a little bit, because always, you know, they wouldn't turn very good. I should have took some caster out of the spindles and all that stuff, and should have worked on it harder. But it's like, you know, you're racing all summer and you have your design, and it's like, yeah, it's just to have fun anyway.
Yeah.
You know, so, but it was fun to do. But I'll never forget Beaujeur being that cold going, man, what the hell are you doing this for?
Yeah. Racing when it's cold, though, that's definitely a different end of the spectrum.
Well,
We're used to being hot.
Well, I mean, you don't know, you know, if it's 25 below out the windshield and you're running 100 mile an hour plus, you know, so you don't know how cold was it. It was bad. But it's like, you know what, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
I'm not a big, I mean, you know, as a kid, you like winter, but, you know, it's like after being down south for 20 years and then coming back into it, and it was like, I had snowmobiles and I had a big house up in Eagle River, and then, you know, I just kind of lost interest in all that, and just, you know, time to go do something different. That's why I got the project going in Costa Rica. We've got 180 acres. We're designing 31 houses, and hopefully, you know, if my health stays good, I can move down there in the next 3 years and, you know, be done with racing and just go down there and enjoy life.
Yeah. So, you know, there's been a couple times, because were you supposed to run the Slinger Nationals this past summer, but then the car wasn't ready, or did I catch that correctly?
Yeah,
maybe
Tony he's been talking for 2 years. He wanted to design his own. You know, basically, the car that we destroyed at Slinger in 21, it was an old left-hander center section, and he kind of cut the bird tail up a little bit and then put his own clip on it. And that thing was, well, before the Nationals, I said, take the spool out of this thing and put a ratchet back in. I'm sick of being loose into one. I said, get me off these damn bump stops and put springs back in this car. And we did, and it was a rocket. I mean, we bottomed out qualifying, but in the race, I started 20-something. I drove to 4th and 30 laps. I mean, I've never in my life had a car like that. I mean, it was just, I mean, if you're a 10th faster there than somebody, you're pretty good.
Small track, yeah.
I remember I actually got to 5th. And I slowed way up. And Tony goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm already 5th, and it's lap 30. And I remember Bubba Pollard was probably 3/4 straightaway in front of me. He goes, the hell with them. Lap these sons of bitches. Okay. So I think I passed Bubba in 4 laps, and I got to 4th, and the yellow come out. And all of a sudden, the motor shut off. I pulled in the pits, and we have no idea. So he got the car back to shop, and what happened was, when we started for the race, the solenoid stayed engaged on the starter, and the starter stayed running and run the battery dead. And like I tell people, the cars don't break when they're bad. They only break when they're when they're good.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll go 5,000 laps. They won't even run out of gas when they're junk, you know. And I mean, I sat in the car and I almost cried because I mean, like, I
legitimately think we were half a second faster in the field. It was just beyond, like, how I wasn't even driving it. I was like running 11 2s and 3s, and I think I had 2/10 in the hole yet, And so the next week, I was running against Fenhouse for the championship because it's, I thought, well, it'd be kind of cool to, after 30 some years to win it again. And we finally outrunning for fast time. We'd run the ones, but he would just beat me by a smidge. While I outrun that, we had fast time and running four. I got to fourth at lap 3, and this kid kind of pinched me in the wall, and I let up, and Rich Locke hooked me in the right rear. About went out of the racetrack. I thought I was going to land at Eckhart's Hall and kill everybody, and then it landed on the door, and I thought I was going to roll over for the first time, and then it fell back on the floor pan, and the motor's wide open. And I know my foot's not on the gas pedal, and so I shut it off, and I didn't realize it. It broke the block in half, and it ripped the transmission out of it, and the fuel cell on the rear end. And
I remember that wreck, yeah.
It didn't feel violent at all. It was like it was in slow motion for me, and when we got into pits, it bent the floor pan up so far that the brake pedal had the gas pedal locked over. Because when it hit it, hit the top of the wall, whatever it did.
Yeah.
But so, and that cost us the championship. And I was that's who would have won championship 32 years apart?
It's a big gap. Lots changing racing in that amount of time.
And then so what's really crazy about this story is, so we didn't have a Dell Slinger car then. And Tony's, I took an old 2013 Pathfinder down there, and it sat outside his shop on jack stands for 7 years on a car cover. Well, the solder race is coming up, and he goes, well, what about this old Pathfinder? I go, I don't even remember even driving it. I really don't. And he goes, well, let me look at it. Well, it's been sent outside on jack stands, all year long for all these years. The frame is rusted, and the calipers are junk, the rotors are junk, the cylinders are junk, the brake lines are junk, and he looks at it and he calls me back. He goes, he's like 3.5 hours from me. He goes, I'm going to change left front suspension. I think we'll make her work. Okay. I got a ton of trust in him, and everything we do, we're fast in, right? So lo and behold, we go there. I don't know why we didn't qualify good, if it bottomed out again or something happened. But anyway, we start towards the back, and all of a sudden I'm just kind of cruising up through there, and I get to 5th or 6th or 7th, and yellow comes up for the midway break to change tires, and he goes, come and put tires in. I go, I'm not coming in. I said, I'm driving this thing. And we go on and win the race, and I had 2 or 3 tenths left in the hole there. I wasn't even driving. It was like, you tell people the story, and they're like, they look at you like, there's no way. And it just comes down to, he knows what I like, and he knows how to give me what I need. And it's just kind of crazy to think that thing sat outside. They had to Scotch brake the chassis because it was so rusty.
Sure.
But so anyway, he wanted to build a new car, and we didn't get it done for the Nationals. And then we come back for the run the Wagner race, because I wanted to run that. And so right off the trailer, it was pretty fast. And so we wanted to make a mock run, and I couldn't drive it. Something happened. And here the right front shock broke internally. And so we missed our qualifying spot by 2 or 3 cars. So I thought Leonard said, you lost a lap of qualifying. Well, I make the first, I'm going, and I come around for the first lap, and they give me the checkered. So I only got 1 lap. I thought I was getting 2. Well, anyway, we still ended up 4th in time. If we got 2 laps, I know we had fast time handily. And we won the dash, and then it's a new car, new design. It's crazy. It's really odd. And we let all the air out of the tires start the race. Well, it bottomed out for the first 10 laps really bad. And then I finally got the outside and was going. And thank God I was off of turn 2. The power steering line busted, and it filled the car full of smoke. The front tire skid, and I went out of the fucking ballpark. And if it had been turn 4, it would have been junk. So that's the last time I ran it. So, but been working on a deal for a couple of years, and this deal comes together. Probably run a lot of races the next year and the year after, and then that'll probably be it.
Gotcha.
I got a business guy in Florida, and we're pretty close on putting some stuff together, and if that happens, it'll be kind of interesting.
Yeah, I was going to ask what maybe is all left next for you with anything to do with racing, because like I said, you've come out of retirement a couple times now, and and you come back and you still do pretty darn good. So,
Well, it's kind of ironic. It's like, you know, after 21, I didn't run nothing in 22 and didn't run anything till, you know, when Rockford closed down. I mean, so to me, Rockford was that was Disneyland. That was, I mean, I won everything you could possibly win there. I mean, bowling ball throw, bicycle race, grocery cart push, money grab, demolition derby, you know, and never could win a damn short track race, you know.
Okay.
So in 89 there, finally we win the race. And I got a car and I went over the edge of the track and took a bite out of it and chewed it up and spit it out because this place bit me. We had him killed. we had him killed in '88 so bad it was so ridiculous. And they had a crash in front of me and got hit from behind and got stuck in that and lost because of that. And just we should have won it 3 or 4 times, but anyway, finally won that thing. And so I mean, and that was my first concert ever, 1976. 11 bands, Ted Nugent headliner. You know, I mean, so that was like, you know, growing up with all the kids, we're all the same age, you know, and just the Deary family was amazing. And when you went there, I mean, it was Disneyland. I mean, Deary was so far ahead of his time as far as a promoter. I mean, you come up here and you had the wooden bathrooms and it was just a racetrack. There it was like, you can't explain it, you know, just you had to see it.
Sure.
And I knew when Ma Deary died that it was going to be gone, and I had to go back and run that race, and that kind of started. Well, all the stuff's sitting there. Got 7 race cars sitting there, and it started the fire again, you know. And here we go again. Then we ran, I think 6 or 7 races the next year, and then we only ran the one this year, and I ran the trickle cart lacrosse. But yeah, it's kind of ironic that, you know, I didn't know, you know, if you're out of the car for 2 years, and you know, at that time I was been 62, I guess. So you don't know when you're going to lose it. You know, it's like I tell people I don't want to be like Dick was at the end there because it was embarrassing. But I went up, made 5 laps, and felt like I just got out of the car yesterday. So I mean, I feel like that I can get in the car, I can win every race, and when that day goes away, then I know it's time.
Yeah.
You know, but I do. I feel like I went and tested Dennis' car at Dell's yesterday, and it's one of my old cars, and they got something wrong with it. It won't turn at all. So they're loaded up and not going to run. But it's like, you know, that day will happen. You know, it's like, you know, everybody's going to die.
Yep.
You know, that day's coming, you know, and I think that I can do it for a couple more years super competitively. And I mean, in 21, I mean, we won 15 out of 30 races. You know, I mean, that's, you know, to win the sheer race and to win the Sauter race. I mean, that's, you know, should have won a championship at Slinger. You know, we just, you know, it's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah. Now, I know one thing kind of in recent years you've been a big supporter of is the Dick Trickle Memorial. So you actually ended up bidding on and winning the 67, the door off the car that Trickle won the 67 wins with. How cool was it to get that door?
Well, that's, you know, the whole deal with Wayne and not getting it to drive the car and getting that door and you know, a bid up to 7,500 because oh God, I forgot his name. Ty's car owner was bidding against me. I said, "You're not leaving here."
Manstead?
Yeah. I said, "You're not leaving here with this door." You know, I said. So he went to $4,000. He went to $5,000. I went to 7,500. I go, you know, and he finally went, "Okay, forget it." You know, and so
he's this guy serious.
So this goes back to one of the stories that I have to tell you. So, Tom, your grandpa, we never got along. Not say we didn't get along, but I didn't know him. He didn't know me. But at Madison in '85, he would dog time every other week because if you won the feature, the next week you have to start Pine Fast qualifier. Well, the next week he'd qualify in the top 2 or 3, and I'm like, I walk up and said, "Tom, you're one of the greatest that's ever done this. Why are you doing this?" You know, and I mean, time you get to the front, he's a half a straightaway or half a lap ahead of you, you know, and it just pissed me off. So Bob Smells ran the pit gate. So I walk up and I go, "Hey, Bob, can you watch this for me?" And he looks down and he goes, "Oh, this should be interesting." So it's ironic that Brian was talking about Ed Guiley, worked for Tom. And he was a pretty stout.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, they pull him with the open trailer and I take 100 pounds of dog food and I dump it in the seat. Well, Ed and 2 other guys are on me and we're all swinging and having at her. And, you know, I had enough, right? And Anyway, I'll never forget. I'm on the ground, and Ed is ready to plant me. And Tom goes, don't. And Ed didn't do it. To this day, I'm glad. So go on, and I don't know where we're at. We're somewhere, and Tom needed a part, and I'm the one that had it. And hell no, you ain't getting it. Trickle walks over, and he goes, he must have said something to Dick. Dick comes over and goes, he's one of us. Give him the part. It took everything I had, you know? So, lo and behold, the memorial. I walked up to Tom. I go, okay, it's been 30 plus years. Let's bury the hatchet. I guess I got to know one story. He goes, what's that? I go, tell me the AMC thing. And oh my God, his eyes lit up and he couldn't stop talking. I mean, it was just like, it was unreal. He's telling me all this, and then Brian was telling me how the motor thing was and all, you know, all this stuff, and how smart these guys were back then. I mean, you know, if you think about Tom, Dick, and Marv, and Bach lived a few miles down the road, and at that time, I'm sure Rudolph was probably only 150 people.
Yeah, exactly.
And you put them four guys together, and what they done, and how they got probably 2,000 feature wins, maybe more. Yeah, that'll never be done in history, right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how close they all were right to each other.
You know, and I mean, and then Brian doing the Jim Bach holding the can of beer. You know, I to this day I don't know how Bach ever raced, because his glasses are so well spec'd that I swear to God, I told everybody he had to have seen eye dog in that son bitch, because there's no way he can see drive that race car, you know. But so anyway, it's so ironic with Tom that, and it's all of a sudden like. You know, I was like his kid almost, you know, we hit it off and laughing, and, you know, he's telling that whole, and he was just excited to tell that story. So anyway, I don't know how all of a sudden, next thing I get a friend request from him on Facebook. And this is ironic. So I accept it, right? You know, I don't accept a whole lot of them. And anyway, I started posting stuff, and he liked everything, you know, and then it's like, you know, so then when he passed away, it's like, well, I don't go to many funerals, and this is like, I got to go do it, you know. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and actually I remember the very first time I ever met you. I came along with Chuck and Natalie Decker. Natalie was racing I think a Midwest truck down at Madison. I met you at Madison, and you told me that dog food story. And I went back to my grandpa. My grandpa didn't remember the story. I had to ask him about it. He's like, I don't know if I remember that one or not. But yeah, sure something. But yeah, I remember he was very glad to get to know you a little bit better when you were coming on the Trickle Memorial and some of those later years. And
well, just what them guys do for that, you know. I mean, they all should be in it. You know, there should be. Yeah. You know, I mean, just them four guys. You know, I mean, they changed the world.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, it's astounding that the guys that came out just a small little area, and the things they all did and accomplished. And
well, it's beyond, you know. I kind of knew a little bit about the power steering thing with the Bach thing. You know, them things are so oddball cars. I mean, they were just, you know, so different. You know, I mean, you know, I never really looked at one that close, but I kind of walked by and go, oh, that's some crazy stuff, you know. And just the, you know, the thought process and the engineering, the thinking, and try this or try that, and you know, and that just kind of passed down to all of us, because they, you know, they all talk. You know, like I said, me and Tom never really talked. You know, and Marv quit in '82 just when I started getting going.
Yep.
And then, you know, I would talk to Jim a little bit, but it was more about drinking beer and bullshit. It wasn't about race cars. You know, I think he would get out and he wanted like defuse from the race thing, and you know, and that wasn't too often, but like I said, them four guys. I mean, if the people in the world knew what, you know, that history of racing, it's mind-boggling that actually happened.
Yeah. Now, being someone that like we've talked about, coming up through that era and getting to race with some of those guys, who, you know, we've talked about Trickle, but who were, you know, as you were up and coming, did you really watch this driver and say, I want to emulate that guy? You know, who were those people when you're in some of those, you know, earlier years for you?
Well, there's, God, you know, there's so many guys you race with that you had so much respect for, you know, like Holshausen.
Yeah.
I always called him Mr. Smooth because I don't think I ever seen his car get loose. Ever. You know, it's like he's on a string, you know. One of my favorite, one of the guys I think was the most talented that's ever drove a race car is Dave Watson. You know, he, you know, I mean, Shearer and, you know, I mean, just, you know, Sauter, you know, you know, everybody was, you know, there's so many guys. You know, you look back at it and you're just like, you know, how the hell did you even win against these guys? You know, how did you get that point? You know,
right.
Because, I mean, it was just impossible. You know, I can remember I pull in the pits and I'm saying, well, tonight we'll run 12th-ish. And then it got to be 8th-ish. And then, well, maybe we get a top 5, you know. That's how it progressed because you kind of, you know, just it's a little by little by little by little.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, at 85 when Dick told me I had, you know, passed the circle school race and we won that night, I was just like, yeah, how does it get any better than that?
Right. Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, there's, you know, there's so many guys that from different places. I mean, I really like Gary St. Amant. You know, he was great to race with. You know, I like Freddie Query down south. You know, Ridley was great. You know, I mean, you put Larry Phillips in that category, blue.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that whole deal. You know.
I'd like to read his book. I'd like to read that book.
It's, you know. I mean, how do you build a dirt modified car and go to the track and be 3 seconds faster than the field? You know, they built that Lincoln thing and all aero.
Okay.
I mean, they had more money, all that drug money. I mean, they had more money than Guy, and it was, you know, we've sat and talked a couple times, and he told me a little bit, but I really haven't heard the whole scenario yet. But I mean, as far as driver race car, man, that guy was incredible. You know?
Yeah.
But you know, there's so many guys around the country going to different places, and you know, everybody had their guy, you know, and it's just, you know, it's, you know, so throughout all my racing, I've raced at 226 different venues. You know, that's most people have never been to more than 10.
Yeah.
You know, because if it paid anything, we went. You know, I remember we went to Calgary in '87. That's a long haul. That's a 48-hour ride.
Okay.
And with a hauler. And I didn't have any money, and we got there, and Darrell and Warren Hutchins, I'll never forget their names, come out of the stands, and we were fast. It was Ted and Butch Miller and me. 3 fast cars were there. And he said, I'd like to put my name on your car. And I'm like, okay, how much? He goes, well, how much you want to give me? How about $1,500? Oh, hell yeah, you know. So they got decals made, and I think it was an Engineered Profile Plastic Company or something. And so it's a 500-mile race. We didn't have alternators back then. Never thought about the battery going dead or any of that stuff. Well, anyway, I, you know, didn't have many tires, and Ted and Butch are running up front, and I'm just riding around. I know I got to run third to get $5,000 to get home. So I paid 15, 10, and 5. And so I'm kind of just putting on cruise and I need to finish this race. So next thing, Yale comes out and they pit, and all of a sudden a cloud come over the mountain, and it rained at lap 460 something. And I'm leading. I win the race. So I go up to the playoff stand to get the check, and he goes, well, I'll mail it to you. And I go, no, you don't understand.
I got to get home.
I got like $30 in my pocket. And he goes, no, we're going to mail it to you. I go, no, you don't understand. He goes, no, you don't understand. And I thought we were going to have a knockdown drag out right there, you know. So anyway, I go down this, you know, Warren, and I go, well, they're not paying me off, and I ain't got no money to get home. He goes, well, you can stay at our house tonight, and we'll go cash my check tomorrow and get you home. So got me home, and then about a week or two later, I still didn't get the check. So I called the promoter up in Canada. I says, I'm a pretty good shot. I know it's a long way away, but I'm going to shoot your ass. And I said, if that check doesn't get here shortly, and if it bounces, I said, there's going to be one guy from Wisconsin going to drive to Calgary, and we're going to have at her, you know. And it showed up like 2 days later, and it didn't bounce. So I was, you know, $15,000 was like, like I said, only got $4,000 from Miller, you know.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's huge.
You know, it's like, you know, just things you look back at, and some of the stories is just, you know, fun stuff.
Yeah. So, you mentioned it a little bit, but so you're talking about doing this stuff down in Costa Rica. What do y'all got? So is it just like land and housing development, or what are you doing down there?
Well, and when I drive Richard 96, a guy that owned a truck company in San Diego was part owner of the deal. And he says, you got to come down here. You got to come down there. So we had a weekend off, and I flew down there, and he picked me up at the airport. And he goes, awesome, stuff's hit the fan back at home. I got to fly home, and I'm going to put you up in a motel. So I'm in San Jose, big city, and it's a casino thing. And so I was there for 2 days, bored out of my mind. And I walked out the curb, and I said, is there a beach around here somewhere? And then, yeah, little Spanish guy, Jaco. Oh, okay. So picks me up the next day, and he drives me there. And I don't know how we got there because there was no roads really. I mean, a four-wheel drive truck probably shouldn't have made it. And we got this little piece of shit Toyota four-door little bitty car. Now, how we got there, I have no idea. But anyway, I said, well, you got to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning because I got to be back at the airport tomorrow. And I got there, Jaco, and it's like a two grass thatch hut motels and the beach, and it was beautiful. And I thought, wow, got to finally see the countryside. So didn't think no more of it. And then, I started doing some traveling, and I said, well, I'm going to go down there again. And so I ended up, long story short, I probably went quite a few times, and I got hooked up with this guy. He's from the States, and he's been down there 20-some years. And anyway, he's a realtor, and we looked at a bunch of houses and never did he buy anything. He said it was a running joke that I was the longest running client he's ever had that never bought anything. But we'd go down and we'd have the cooler full of beer, and we'd make drinks, and we'd have a good time looking at houses, and so he calls me up and he says, hey, I found a property on top of the hill, really good deal. And I said, well, you're there, I'm here. I said, I'll fund it. You do all the work. Your wife's the lawyer. She can take all the paperwork. And so anyway, we got 100 acres up on the mountain overlooking the ocean. Okay. And we're doing 31 houses, and we're going to start, we got the roads in, the power in, the water in, and probably going to start selling in December.
Okay. Gotcha. So, that's quite the project.
Yeah, it's amazing down there. It's like, on the drive up to where we're at, they're actually paving the road up over the mountain to the second biggest city. So right now it's like 25 minutes up the property and 25 minutes to Walmart. So 25 minutes from the beach, so when they pave it, it'll be 17, 18 each way.
Okay.
And so we're kind of actually waiting to they were supposed to keep adding to the road, and they really haven't done much because things down there move really slow. But anyway, I finally said, well, let's, I'll start building a house. And we got a really cool deal. It's like a computer design where we have 4 different designs of houses, and you can build your own house however you want it. You can change this and add that, and you pick out whatever your lot, this is how much the lot's going to be, and you hit the button, it'll tell you how much it costs to build your house, pretty much.
Yeah. It's
within a 5%, price up and down in materials and
sure.
stuff like that. But, so I think we're going to start in December and get this rolling. So
that's cool.
But it's like you're in the jungle. You drive up the mountain, there's a 300-foot waterfall over here and a 300-footer here, and then around the corner is a 600-footer, and, there's some 2 waterfalls on our property that are, 50, 60-footers, and it's
that's beautiful.
And it's like you're living in the jungle. You got parrots and toucans and monkeys and sloths, and it's like all the blue morpho butterfly is like unbelievable, super metallic blue, kind of like my dad's race car was.
Okay.
It's amazingly beautiful. The people are so nice. I mean, they give you a shirt off their backs, basically.
That's cool. Yeah, I'd always heard that you were doing stuff down there, but I never really knew everything that you had going on down there. So that's cool. If like people wanted to look that up, is it like a site they'll end up being able to go to at some point to kind of find that?
It's going to be once we get the thing up in December.
Okay.
They get a hold of me, and
okay,
I'll get them hooked up with Matt, and he can take if they want to come down and look at stuff. And
gotcha.
Matt, I got a guy that picks you up at the airport, and it's like a 3-hour drive to take you to the property.
Okay.
Plenty of motels or Airbnbs or whatever there. And what's cool is that there's an airport to the north, Liberia, and then you got San Jose where we fly into. But actually, they just approved an airport in south, and so it'll be a 40-minute ride now once they get that place built.
Okay, gotcha.
So, but how long is that going to take? 1 year, 5 years? It's approved.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, how long does it take to build an airport? Yeah.
Well, it's already airport there. They already built the terminal, or not terminal part, but the air traffic control, they made that, big enough where that it's not going to be a really huge airport. It's going to be one landing strip, but it'll probably have like 10, like Madison. It'll have like 10 places to park big planes, but it's just, super nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I got a couple side by sides I'm going to take down there, and so it's like it'll be my racing down there. It's race around the mountain, go to the waterfalls.
No, that sounds awesome. The other thing I wanted to ask: are people still able to buy your book? Does it sell anywhere or?
Yeah, it's still out there on Amazon, stuff like that.
Okay.
I still got I bought a bunch of the stuff this year when I did the Jefferson deal. After starting there, Terry had my night, and I got a few books left. If somebody wants something, get a hold of me, and it's like $20 and $10 to ship it, and I'll autograph it, and so.
Gotcha. Yeah, this was kind of cool. This is the one that you actually this was at my grandpa's. So this is the one that you signed and wrote in and gave to him. So that was pretty cool to take that one and get to read that. Yeah, really enjoyed it, and I encourage anyone that's out there to definitely look it up and find it if you want to read some more stuff.
Well, it's what's cool about it is that I probably talked to 3,000 people that read it, and not one person said they didn't like it. And I've talked to people who said they read the whole thing, they couldn't put it down. Because it's I don't hold much back. It's pretty much straightforward, and
Yeah, when in talking to you today, and then you're thinking about reading it. It seems like it's coming right out of your mouth. So it's a good book and a good read, and it's a lot of fun to read it. And the stories, I think that's the thing too, is you start reading it, and it's like, wow, I can't believe that happened, and then it's another story and another story, and you've talked a lot about your mom. I feel like you could probably almost write a whole chapter and book on all the things your mom has done for you, and she God bless parents, because she definitely kept a good collection of photos of your entire racing career. And I know my dad, he's done that for me. So it's like, God bless parents for doing that.
Well, what's fun to my mom was, while we were at the racetrack, she would go find the biggest dump bar in the area. And I think we're in Nashville, and she found one that was just like, I can't even explain it to you. They had a boxing ring outside. So we're there, and once we get to one of these, old dump bars, within an hour we'd own the place. Everybody's there having a ball, listening to all this, because she would get the place going. It was crazy. But anyway, this bar had a box ring outside, and if there's any altercation inside, the bartender would go and grab the gloves and say, "Get your ass outside and get the ring." And we're there probably for 6-7 hours that night, and I think we probably watched 8 or 9 boxing matches.
That's some entertainment.
I thought it was just kind of, but these guys in the bar, and they like want to fight. It's like they just for get outside and fight, and they go out there, and they. If I wish we had video cameras back then. You could have video kept, had it, or your phones nowadays. Because people wouldn't believe it. It's just crazy, the stuff that we've seen and watched and went through. But it was so much fun because, you can go to the motel bar and, oh boy, that was no fun. But, she would find it some dump, and we'd go, and everybody, and then half of them would come to the race the next day because they were fans.
Sure.
That's what people don't realize. My mom probably sold more tickets to the racetrack than nobody's ever been to a race in their life. That's what the fun part was,
Yeah.
They'd buy T-shirts, and, then all of a sudden you had, that many more fans, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Is there anything, if there was one thing you could think of throughout your entire racing career that you wish you could have done, or a track you would have raced at, is there anything like that, or do you feel like you really covered a lot of the ground that you wanted to, or were able to?
Boy, I'd done way more than I ever thought I'd ever, like I said, besides even the race stuff, just things you get to do outside of racing, and people you get to meet, and, a bunch of Hollywood people, which some I liked, some I didn't, but still you had respect. Just, I wouldn't change. Even if I could change it now, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't come here and tell these stories.
Right.
It's just, I'm glad I didn't kill Darrell Waltrip, because I would be in prison. But so, everything's happened for a reason, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's, here's not, you're talking about the 9 lives thing. So when COVID hit, I was super sick at home. And for like 3 weeks, I mean, I'm just like, oh my God. Finally, I told her, I said, you got to take me in. And I think sitting on the couch, and I did the face plant, and I think I actually died. And all of a sudden you have like that vacuum thing, like you come back, you know. I don't know if I passed out, but it was weird. Well, anyway, I get to the hospital, and they do the test for COVID. Well, you don't have COVID. And I said, well, what do I got then? Because something's just, you know. And I said, I think I got a blood clot in my calf. And she goes, why do you say that? And I said, well, I wrecked at Dover in 95 pretty bad, and I screwed my leg up and I had a blood clot. And it feels like it's in the same spot. They went, oh, okay. So they get a roll-around x-ray machine, put it up to my lungs, and they go back, and like 10 minutes later, oh, boy, come with us. And they put me in the tube. They put me up in the room, portage, and next thing the doctor walks in, he goes, well, are you a straight shooter or you like to beat around the bush? And I said, well, I'm pretty much straight shooter. He goes, well, he says, I've never seen so many blood clots in somebody's lungs in my life. He says, you ain't making it. He goes, you want to die here or die at home? I said, send me home. He gave me 3 shots of blood thinner in my stomach, and I'm still here. And he says, you know, 100%, you ain't making her. You know, and it's like, well, I don't know why I'm still here, but you know, if I've had a few.
Wow.
Well, getting back to that, so it's probably about 10 years ago now, I had a seizure in my sleep, and it blew my arm off out of socket. And I kind of remember walking around the living room going, why is my hand down to my knee, right? So I actually had a doctor's appointment the day before, and because I just wasn't feeling something, it just wasn't right, you know. And anyway, that happened. They put a plate and 4 screws in. And so Thursday I go back to the doctor, and he goes, you got epilepsy. You've had some concussions and broke your skull and had all this and all that, and we'll put you on medication. You'll be fine. Okay. So Friday I'm going out East Wash, last set of stoplights to go to the bar to do the books. And the guy comes in, he turns right in front of me, and I turn right really hard and hit the brakes, and the seatbelt broke off again. So I drive to the hospital. I walk in, my hand's down to my knee, and they put another plate and 9 screws in. So this is on Friday. Well, the Madison Ober's on Sunday. Well, hard-headed me. I mean, I can't move my arm. I can't do nothing, right? I can't buckle my helmet. I can't do nothing. But I get in, and I can grab the steering wheel, and I put this hand, and I can do this, right? So I don't remember what happened, but we all crashed going to turn 3. Gabe's Hummer's on my roof. It rips the whole body off the car. I mean, I don't think it rolls of duct tape. I mean, but it didn't touch the suspension. I mean, I got a picture of it. It's crazy. I mean, the door's laying on the ground as I'm pulling the pits. I mean, the roof's ripped a half off it. The back windows blew out of it. So they duct taped this thing back together. I start last and drive to second. I lost by about a half car length. I couldn't get out of the car by myself. I couldn't do nothing. But that's
unreal.
It's the hard-headedness,
yeah.
You know, that this is, you know, like the Waltrip story. You know, this is what I do, and I'll be damned if I'm not doing it. And I don't know if that's smart or stupid, but but that's the drive. You know, it's just, you got to have it. Come hell or high water. You know, I remember about lap 160, I was pretty pooped. You know,
I could imagine.
It was just like, you know, and
not an easy track.
And like I said, I've never taken a pain pill in my life. I refuse it. You know, I never took the COVID shot and all that stuff. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate. I know a lot of people are not here because of it. You know, just it's kind of sad. But anyway, so I mean, there's a reason why I'm still here and what's going on, and I figure that's to win 20 more races.
Yeah, that's a good reason to keep going, right?
Or more.
Yeah. Do you tune into much NASCAR anymore these days?
I watched a truck race last night.
Okay.
Because it's really funny. I got a text message yesterday, and this guy's going on and on about, you know, I met Luke Fenhouse, and he listened to me. He didn't think I was an old guy and blah, blah, blah. And I have a flip phone. It doesn't say who it is, you know. And he spoke really highly of you and this and that, and he's going to Talladega, and I didn't realize, I don't pay attention to watching NASCAR. Well, Darcy's like, it's on. So I go in the house, we're watching, and unfortunately he screwed up there at the end and spun his teammate out. I'm sure there's be a little pissing match.
I didn't catch the race, so I'll have to go and find that.
Like with a lap and a half to go, he spun his teammate out coming off a 2, and I'm sure that didn't go over very well because on the radio the other guy wasn't very happy. But he did a great job until then. It's just that truck deal and the speedways. I mean, it's such bumper cars. It's I don't know. In the new cars are such a disaster. I mean, after talking to Cyril, he still works. I think he's done here in November. He's going to finally say he's had enough. And Phil being down there, after talk to him, I mean, you can make your Daytona car your road course car. Just change left side E-frames. You can't do nothing to the cars. They're so underpowered. I mean, the Busch cars are a second faster at Charlotte than they are. I mean, it's nothing but an IROC car, and they're $650,000 a pop. You got to buy 7 of them. This whole deal with Jordan and NASCAR, I mean, as much as I thought NASCAR was great, and it is to a point, but even growing up then with France owning it and running it, it was nothing. I call them the mob because I mean, they take all the money and they give you very little. They play, they make the rules and they let you win who wants to win, and you don't realize it till you get there and live it, and I hope Michael Jordan takes him down. I really do. I hope he burns the house to the ground. And I don't know what's going on, but there's a bunch of stuff happening on the backside that, there's a reason why Penske wants to get it settled, and everybody's like, oh boy.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that just want to move on. And
it's really sad because, I mean, everybody you talk to in the older generation, they don't watch anymore because it's not racing no more. It's this new car thing is just, I get to why they tried to do it, but the control over everything. I mean, that one guy got thrown at Talladega because they didn't have a washer on the spoiler bolt. What? Like, come on. Where's that money go? Stays in NASCAR's pocket.
Yep.
And then all these fines these guys are getting, and like whatever, But like I said, it's a different world.
Yeah.
It was very fortunate, who would, like I said, who would ever thought stealing a car out of a barn and 17 years later being an Auger Brickyard 400? That should have never happened, but just damn a lot of work and determination and just, just the want, the drive, like I said, blowing your shoulder off twice and still racing, 2 days later. And just, a lot of people don't know a lot of these stories. And that's why I said it. People want to read the book. I mean, they're going to go, wow,
Yeah, for sure.
It's straightforward.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, is there anything we didn't cover that you wish we would have?
No, I think, like I said, the biggest thing is that just, it's all the stories of, getting to that point and the people helping you. And, I mean, all the crew guys over all the years, different scenarios and just all the help. And, Mike Carmichael. I mean, I remember I was broke, and I think it was in '84, and the guy my dad drove for had an old 9-to-1 short block, and he bought it for me for $1,500. And just, just everybody along the way, I mean, the Patch Brothers and Gene Ruckty from Black Hawk Fire Protection. And I drove Randy Piontek's ASA car for a year in '90. And just, I mean, I remember going to Kakana, and that was, I think it must have been '84. Didn't have nothing. And this guy walks up and he goes, "Oh, I put my name in your car." "Who are you?" "Steve Marler." "Oh, you're the guy that sponsors Hanson." "Yeah." "Well, what do I get?" He goes, "You get all of Scott's old stuff." Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I got his old wheels and whatever, body parts, and anything meant something. It was just like, and then me and Scott, got to be pretty good friends, and it just, I don't know. Just you look back at things and it's like, you took whatever you could get,
right?
And appreciated it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the important part.
I mean, the guy from the Gazette, he put his name in the car up there for me, and just you can't thank everybody enough. I mean, Gene from Terminal, and just it's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah, indeed. It like I said, it was a absolute pleasure to read the book. Enjoyed the heck out of it, and I appreciate you taking the time to come up here and share all these stories. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people out there that hopefully listen to this and love listening to them all too.
Well, it's kind of cool that it's really funny that, I never was around Dale Jr. at all, and then his guy reached out to me here probably 6 weeks ago, or maybe 2 months ago. And I said, well, I'm coming down November 3rd because I'm trying to get my shop back from my ex-partner. And we have a court case finally coming after 5 years of going through a COVID court case. Kim couldn't do it. And he goes, well, I don't think we can do it then because they got the banquet in Vegas. And,
oh, sure.
But, I mean, it'd be kind of cool to sit down with him and, to tell his dad's stories and the other stories, it's just kind of the same thing we're doing.
Yeah.
It just, he's down to earth. I never knew him or never really got to be around him. I mean, he did good. He got there because of his name.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this. When his dad died, everybody in the garage area knows next year he got the plate at Daytona, the bigger plate, because you don't pass 3 cars down the back straightaway by yourself and go and turn 3 and be 10 car lengths in front of somebody. It was like, come on, you're not smart enough to show it, but it's.
If you're on the show, you're going to ask him that?
Well, no, I've said it 100 times, and I figured that's why I've never been asked to be on the show before, because it's kind of like, well, he probably thinks I'm an asshole, but that's what I was thinking. But then he reached out and did it. I'm like, well, it's just the truth. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Because it's like, oh my God, if you speedway race, that just don't happen. Even back then when them cars, had real race cars, it just, I don't know, but he did a great job, and to be doing what he's doing now and getting the following he has, and and he's down to earth. He's just like his dad. That's one of the main reasons why I'd like to do it. Because it's like, tell him the story like I told you about, going with his dad, in the stories that, stealing his mom's credit card. And he was just like the rest of us, he just trying to get to the racetrack. Yeah. And then how to meet him. And I thought he was punking me, but didn't know what a brake adjuster was, Right. How do you go from that to then buying a car from him and, pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Rich, appreciate you coming up here, and these stories have been great, and I think we've been talking for a little over 4 hours now, and that was one of the fastest 4 hours of my life, but I enjoyed every minute of it. So,
well, it's like I do some shows and they only last an hour, and it's like, God, we can talk all day.
I've only had a couple people tell me my shows are too long. I'm like, that's what it's about. I want to. It takes a while to tell some good stories and go through everything, and that's what's fun about it.
Well, maybe this will help because like when I did Tim Packman's show down in North Carolina, he had a podcast, and I was his number one watched show ever. So hopefully this will get more people to, tune in and listen to stuff, and because that's fun for me to go back and look at everybody's been on here. So I try to get in one a week. Yeah. What number is this anyway?
This will be number 20.
20, okay.
Number 20. Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't wait till 45. I'm gonna not be here.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been releasing them on pretty much on an every other week basis. So yeah, it took me a little while to get to 45, but we'll settle for 20.
I don't think I ever drove a 20. The cup car for Doyle was 02.
Okay.
But yeah, it's kind of funny.
Close enough. All right,
man.
All right, thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you for listening in to Speed and Grease. If you're a returning listener, I appreciate you tuning into another episode. And if it was your first time tuning into the show, I hope you enjoyed it and want to keep coming back for more. And if you haven't already, make sure you head on over to Facebook, Instagram, like and follow us on one of those platforms wherever you prefer, even on X as well. And if you watch a lot of stuff on YouTube, make sure you head on over to YouTube, subscribe to our channel there to stay up to date on everything. And also, if you want, give us a rating and review over on Spotify or Apple Podcasts as well. Thank you again for tuning in. I really appreciate it, and we'll catch you in the next one.